അല്ലേ? ഇനി 10 o'clock സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യല്ലേ ഉള്ളൂ.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ACE Medics A-Level Biology January session. Today we will be looking at classification as well as natural selection and evolution. So for those of you guys that are new and haven't joined our sessions before, I'm Roshni and I'm currently a doctor working in London, and I will be covering today's session. So I know that you guys have all been at home for the past month doing lots of online classes, I'm sure. So thank you all for joining me today for another online class. We will try and make this as fun and as useful as possible. Okay, so what are we going to be looking at today? So as I said, we'll be covering classification. We're going to be talking about the features and the evidence that's used in classification. We'll then be talking a little bit about phylogeny as well, which is a little bit tricky, but we will go through that from the basics. And then we'll be moving on to talking about natural selection, the Darwin theory, and what evidence we have, as well as variation and adaptation and evolution. So this is quite a lot to cover, but it is a very interesting topic, and this is one that you do right at the end of year 12. It's like the last module. So if you guys haven't covered this at all yet in school, or you did it a while ago and you can't remember, don't worry, we will be starting from the basics and teaching the whole topic, and then showing you guys how to master the exam questions as well. So don't panic if all of this sounds very unfamiliar to you. Okay, so I know it's quite a lot to cover, and this session is from 10 till 3, but don't worry, it won't just be me talking to you. We will be having several breaks scheduled throughout the day. So we have a break every 45 to 50 minutes or so for about 10 minutes. So we'll be starting off talking about classification and then taking a break. We'll be doing phylogeny in the next session, and we'll go for lunch from 12 to 1. And then we'll be looking at variation and evolution. And then finally, we'll be doing some exam practice. But there are exam questions throughout the session as well, not just at the end. So you guys should have received exam question packs which contain the questions that we will be looking at. If you guys haven't had a chance to do them, don't worry, we'll go through them together, and I will show you guys how you can get the maximum marks. Okay, so does anyone have any questions, or I think we will go straight into it? Okay, great. So let's get started, guys. So basically, I'm sure you have heard of the term classification. Okay, and put very simply, all classification means is it means grouping things together. Okay, this is a very basic definition, but essentially we have a large variety of species and organisms that exist. And what classification does is it allows us to group them together. And the way that we group them is usually based on their similarities and things that they have in common. Okay, so another word for classification, which is basically the same thing, is known as taxonomy. Okay, and this is basically what you guys will see in your textbooks, and what you guys might be asked to define as well in the exam. So classification and taxonomy, they're both terms that are interchangeable and they mean the same thing. Okay, and essentially all it is we are grouping things together. Okay, so what is taxonomy? So when we talk about taxonomy, so this is where things get a little bit more in depth. Now, we know that all organisms, they share a common ancestry. Okay, and basically what ancestry is it's sort of like the family tree. So you know that you have your parents and their grandparents and your great grandparents. So that's just within your family, but in all organisms, okay, they all come from different organisms. So that is known as ancestry. And the organism that they initially come from, this allows us to group them together and to classify them into different species. And basically, all classification it's an attempt to place the wide variety of living things into groups. And you might be thinking, well, what's the point? Why do we do this? But I will explain some reasons why it's actually really important. Okay, and basically what it does is it imposes a hierarchy. So you will know that hierarchy is like you have one thing sitting at the top of the pyramid, okay, and then it breaks into two, okay, and then it breaks into three. That is what a hierarchy is. And you will see this is really important when we talk about phylogeny and the relationships between organisms. And as I said, so taxonomy is basically the science of naming, describing and classifying organisms. And taxonomy is not just to humans or to any types of animals, it's basically everything. So all kinds of species like bacteria, parasites, all those microorganisms. It describes all of that. Okay, so this is just, a really brief introduction, but basically taxonomy is classification. Okay, and basically we are just grouping organisms together. Okay, so what is the point now? Why are we classifying these living things? So the reason that we have to classify them is before we can actually do that, what we have to do is we have to study each of the species in detail. Okay, so before you decide that yes, all of these organisms have got a nucleus, all of these don't, you really need to look at them in detail and then place them in a group of similar organisms. So what's the point of this? Well, if we classify them, it allows us to make the study of living things more manageable because there are millions of organisms out there, and if we don't classify them into different groups, it would be really hard for us to differentiate between them. It also helps us to make it easier to identify organisms, and that is based on their common characteristics, and also to help us see the relationships between species. So all of these things are really important because animals can be a great source of, as we talked in our last session, they're used for, plants can be used for medicinal purposes and for conservation. So it's really important that we know about our organisms and how to classify them. Okay, so that's all fairly straightforward, guys. So we're going to move on to talking about how exactly do we classify them? What classification things do we have? Okay, so we have something called the modern classification hierarchy, okay, which you may have seen this in GCSE, but I don't know if you guys can remember it, but don't worry. So this is basically, there are 8 levels to which we can classify organisms, okay, and this is the current one, and you guys need to know the different 8 levels. Okay, so the current system of classification, it uses 8 taxonomic levels. So remember, taxonomy is just like the different groups, right? So we have got 8 of these groups, and the way that we group them is, as I said, it's a hierarchy. Okay, so there are things at the top and there are things at the bottom. So just to gauge, does anyone know like what comes? So domain is first. Does anyone know what the next one is? Just feel free to jot it in the chat. If you don't know, don't worry. Yeah, a few of you have got it. That's kingdom. Well done. So basically, guys, at the top, okay, of this hierarchy, like this pyramid, at the top is the greatest range of organisms. So at the top, we put things that are very broad. Okay, so at the top, we'll say, okay, what about all organisms that have got a nucleus, for example? So you guys all know millions of things have a nucleus. We do, all dogs, cats, penguins, all species, many species have got nuclei, don't they? So this is very broad at the top, and slowly as we go down, so we've got 8 levels, okay, 6, 7, 8. As we go down, the more further down we go, these become much more specific. Okay, so the groups that we divide it in are very specific, and this is what allows us to really differentiate the organism. So at the top, we'll just say, oh yeah, some have a nucleus, some don't. And then as we go further down, we say, okay, well, some of them have got legs, okay, and that will allow us to differentiate between some organisms. And as you go further down, you can differentiate them by eye color, or really specific things. So these examples are just random, but as you will see, as you go down the pyramid, it becomes much more specific. Okay, so firstly, we start off with domain, and I'm going to talk about each of these special groups in detail. So the first one is domain. Okay, the next one is kingdom. The third one is phylum. The fourth one is class. We then move to order, and then we move to family, genus, and then species. Okay, so these are basically the 8 different levels through which we can classify organisms. Now, as you can see, right at the bottom is species. Okay, so this is much more specific. Like, a species is a group of organisms that can breed to produce fertile offspring. Okay, so species is, for example, a cat, a dog, you know, a specific type of plant like a rose. Okay, so these are all specific, whereas at the top is domain. Domain just divides things up into, for example, whether they have a nucleus or they don't, as we'll see. And each step, it basically divides it up into much more specific criteria. And that is what allows us to really classify things and to split them up so we can identify them. Okay, so what we're going to do now is talk about each of these individual ones, because you guys need to know a little bit about that. Does anyone have any questions so far? Okay, feel free to ask at any point if anything comes up. So, you guys must be thinking, how on earth am I going to remember this? Domain, kingdom, phylum, these are all like random words that don't even make sense. So we have a nice mnemonic that you can use to remember this. So, dear King Philip came over for good soup, and each of these starts with the letter. Okay, so once you've got this in order, then you can just try and remember the words. And it's really important that you know the order of this, because we'll see some exam questions and they want you to sort of state the order of the levels. So dear King Philip came over for good soup. So just try and remember that one, and we will be doing a quiz on this later. Okay, so as we said, the modern classification hierarchy. So domain comes right at the top, okay? And this is the highest taxonomic rank. Okay, so as I said here, this is domain. So we're starting off at the top of this classification theory. And basically, the way that we can divide up domain is into 3 things. So it can either be archaea, Eubacteria, or in your textbooks, it might just say bacteria, and Eukarya. Okay, so you might be thinking, what does that even mean? So essentially, what domain is it's the highest classification rank. So as I said, it's really broad, and you can think of it on this diagram. So essentially, what we decide is that all species, they can only go into 3 groups. Okay, so in general, either species, it can be a bacteria, okay, or it can either stem off to be archaea, or it can then go to Eukarya. Now, essentially, bacteria and archaea, these are made up entirely of just microorganisms. So things like bacteria, like bugs, and archaea is a sort of a little bit more developed. So you can see on this tree that they both sort of branch out from the same initial organism. But when we go to Eukarya, these ones all have a nucleus. So Eukarya basically means contains a nucleus, okay? And the bacteria and the archaea, these do not contain a nucleus. So 1 and 2 don't contain a nucleus, and the Eukarya do. And the archaea are usually things like some types of fungi, but usually they are just like a mix of microorganisms. And then we go to the Eukarya, which all have a nucleus. So essentially, you can see that the domain is like the most simplest level of organization. Okay, so basically, we just say that all organisms, they start off at one point, and then as they develop, either they will just go to bacteria and they will have no nucleus, or they go a little bit further along the road and they become an archaea. They still have no nucleus, or they can become much more developed and they can become a eukarya, okay? And this is just a very broad way of splitting up all organisms. So like, for example, humans, we can be described as eukarya, and then some bugs, like an MRSA bug or anything like that, will be described as a bacteria. So this is the first level. Does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, so the next level, okay, is the kingdom. Okay, so we said, dear King Philip. So we've talked about domain, and we're now talking about kingdom. And we've got a very good question which says, what is the difference between eubacteria and archaea, which is basically this one. So literally the only difference between these is that the cell wall in archaea is made up of a different substance. It's made up of something called peptidoglycan. So you don't really need to know the details of this. It's just that the archaea is a little bit more further developed compared to the bacteria. Whereas here, the cell walls are usually made of cellulose, not peptidoglycan. Okay, so guys, we move on to the kingdom then. Okay, so we've talked about domain, okay, which we can split up into the eubacteria, the archaea, and the bacteria. And now we're talking about kingdom. So this is the next level of classification, and this is where they get a little bit more specific and we've got a bit more detail. Okay, so within the kingdom, we can divide this up into 5 main different types. Okay, and we can see that over here. So basically we've got plants, we've got animals, fungi, Prototyster, okay, and then we have got the prokaryotes. So this sounds like, I know, a lot of information to learn, but essentially it's just about understanding it. So when we have our kingdoms, okay, this is where things get a bit more specific and we can divide it up much more easily. The first 4 kingdoms, these will all have a nucleus, okay, and the prokaryotes, they have no nucleus. Okay, so if we were to talk on a domain level, all of these would be eukaryotes. They would be in the eukaryotes group, and then these would be in the bacteria group, okay, because they do not have a nucleus. But we've moved on from kingdom, we've moved on from domain, and we're talking about the kingdom. So 1 to 4 are all eukaryotes. All of these will have a nucleus. You know that plants have a nucleus, animals, fungi do as well, and Prototyster. And then those single cell organisms, just like the little bacteria, we group them into prokaryotes. And you can see the bacteria over here. Okay, so plants, animals, and fungi, these are all very straightforward. Prototyster, you may not have heard of, but a really common example is actually malaria, which we talk about in infectious diseases. So malaria is you can catch it from, is a disease that you can catch from mosquito bites when you go in the tropics. And that malaria is actually made up of Prototyster. So it's this type of organism. We've got a question which says, why do 1, 2, and 5 end in TAE? So this was done like many years ago, and they just used to, I don't know why, they used to just end everything in Plantae and Prokaryote just to describe it as a group, but because this is a very traditional way of grouping organisms. Okay, so guys, now there's quite a lot of detail, but within each of these kingdoms, okay, we need to know a little bit about how can we separate these. So what makes something a plant and what makes something an animal? Okay, and what makes something a prokaryote versus a fungi? We need to have strict criteria to divide up organisms into these. Okay, so for the Plantae, there are some characteristics that you need to know about, and the best way to learn this is to just think about an example. So when we think of Plantae, we think of plants, right? So if we just think of, for example, a bean seedling or any plant that you know, okay? So guys, what are some characteristics of all plants that you guys know about? So one of them is we know they're eukaryotic, i.e. they have a nucleus. What else do you guys know about plants that all plants have in common? So just have a guess, even if you've got no idea. Excellent. So a lot of you are saying that they have a cell wall, they have chloroplast, they have a vacuole, chlorophyll. Great. So these are things that are, some of these things that you guys have said are correct, and they are unique to plants, okay? So some things that we can say is that they are multicellular, okay? Multi means many cells, okay? And that is what will distinguish it, for example, from prokaryotes, which are unicellular. So those little bacteria that we have, they just sit on their own. They are just one cell. Whereas we know in plants, okay, this plant is not just made up of one cell. There are millions of cells that is made from, right? So plants are multicellular. As you guys correctly said, they have got a cell wall. Okay, and it's important that you're specific. So they have a cell wall that is made out of cellulose. So if we think back to right to our basics of plant biology, you remember that this is our cell wall, okay, and it's double layered. And the reason is because it has got a thick cellulose cell wall that holds the water and makes it turgid and all of that. Okay, and it's important we know it's cellulose because in our other classification theory, like for example, prokaryotes, their cell wall is made up of peptidoglycan. Okay, so you need to say that this is a cellulose cell wall. And something else to remember is that they are autotrophic. So this is probably a term that is new to you. So basically, let's just break this down. So auto means on its own, right? It's sort of like it's automatic, like your car is automatic. And basically what trophic means is trophic is just sort of like building and making food, okay, and making molecules. So autotrophic basically means that it makes its own food, okay? It absorbs simple molecules and builds them into larger ones. But the main thing, I want you guys to just remember that autotrophic means makes its own food. Okay, and this is unique to plants, okay? Because remember, we do not make our own food. We have to buy food and we have to eat it, okay? Whereas plants, they undergo photosynthesis. So you remember that they make their own glucose. And this is a really amazing property of plants. So that is called auto on its own and trophic meaning making, okay? And as you guys rightly said, the last point about plants is that they contain chlorophyll. Animals, Prototyster, but bacteria, they do not contain chlorophyll. This is unique to plants. And this is how we classify them. So we take an organism and we say, oh, does it have cellulose? Does it have chlorophyll? Yes, it does. Well, then it must be a plant. Okay, and this is how they started this whole classification process. Okay, great, guys. So that is Plantae. So well done. We have basically done the animals and we've done plants. We've done plants. So the next one that comes up is animals. Okay, so guys, just in case you guys are a bit lost, we're talking about kingdoms here, and kingdoms are divided up into 5 bits. So we've talked about plants, and now we're talking about animals, yeah? So this is known as Animalia. Okay, so again, let's just take our typical example. So if we think of a frog, okay, which is just a typical animal. So what properties do animals have? Okay, are they eukaryotic or are they prokaryotic? Just jot down in the chat. Excellent. Animals are eukaryotes, aren't they? So that is the first thing. They're eukaryotic. Okay, now are they unicellular or are they multicellular? Excellent. They're multicellular, right? That's straightforward. We're made up of millions of cells. Okay, now in plants, we said that they are autotrophic. And as I said, we do not make our own food. Okay, we are not autotrophic, so we must be something else. And basically, what we are known as is something called heterotrophic. Okay, and this is kind of like the opposite of autotrophic, but basically, what it means is that we digest large organic molecules to form smaller ones. So what that means is that we have to take food from the outside and then we break it down, like for example, into carbohydrates, proteins, or whatever. But basically, it's like we are consumers. Okay, we're not producers of food like plants. In the food chain, we are consumers and we take it from the outside. And that this is in stark contrast to autotrophs, okay? And the final point about animals is that we can move around, okay? And plants obviously do not have that property to move around, so this is how we can distinguish an animal. Okay, so guys, that is animals. So as I said, we've talked about plants, animals, and now we're talking about prokaryotes. Okay, that is the third one. Now, in prokaryote, a typical example is basically a bacteria. Okay, so there are like hundreds of bacteria that exist, and you may remember that bacteria basically look like this. They've got one cell and they have these bits hanging on. These are known as flagella. Okay, so with bacteria, so with prokaryote, do these have a nucleus or do they not have a nucleus? So no nucleus. Okay, so prokaryotes, so remember that prokaryotes, these are, even when we looked at domain, they are the bacteria group, they do not have a nucleus. And this is a very unique property to these bacteria. And you guys will remember that normally when we have our, so this is a cell, right? This is, let me just draw that again. So this is an animal cell, okay? And you know that inside our animal cell, we have got a nucleus. Inside that nucleus, okay, sits our DNA, okay? And that DNA is sitting in the nucleus. This is a normal animal cell. When we look at the bacteria over here, okay, you can see that the DNA is just sitting freely. It's not inside a nucleus, okay, it's just sitting on its own, just like so. And that is a property of prokaryotes. So basically they've got this loop of DNA and it's not arranged in linear chromosomes. You know that in humans, our chromosomes are like this. They sit in pairs and we've got 23. In the bacteria, they're just sitting in a squiggle like so. And if we just take again our animal cell, in our animal cell you've got a nucleus, okay, you've also got some ribosomes, and you've got some little mitochondria as well, right? There are quite a few things. All of the things that sit in an animal cell, they're membrane bound, aren't they? Like your endoplasmic reticulum, the aria, all of that stuff, they are membrane bound. In contrast, in the bacteria, everything that's here is just chilling on its own. There are no membrane-bound organelles. It's very basic. When you think of bacteria, you should just think of like a really basic cell. It doesn't have much of the features that eukaryotic cells have. Okay, so there are no membrane-bound organelles. Membrane-bound meaning that there is no membrane around them. They sit freely. And then just a couple of other things that are unique to prokaryotes is that the ribosomes are much smaller. And this is basically because bacteria are very simple. They're just one cell on their own, so they don't need to make much protein. And this is why they're much smaller, because they don't have that much functions, like, for example, compared to humans. And their cells are smaller than those of eukaryotes as well, understandably. So just one question which says, who controls the activities if they are prokaryotic cells? So usually, so that just because they don't have a nucleus, they have still got DNA, which will control the activities. So in this bacterial cell, there is still DNA present. Okay, but it's just not in a nucleus. Whereas in our animal cells, the DNA is sitting inside the nucleus. And very interestingly is that these bacteria, they can undergo heterotrophic and autotrophic nutrition. It depends on the type of bacteria. Some bacteria will generate their own glucose or sugars or whatever they need to survive, whereas other types of bacteria will feed off of other organisms, like for example when you become unwell and you get a bacterial infection. Okay, so that is Prokaryote. So it's quite a lot to remember, guys, but don't worry. It's just kind of like about understanding the basic groups, and then you can fill in the details, later on. Okay, so the next one is Prototyster. Okay, and basically when we think of Prototyster, this is like very unusual and quite rare. I just want you guys to think of malaria as an example, which I'm sure malaria is a condition that you may have heard of. So these Prototyster, they're kind of in between bacteria and eukaryotes, that they sort of sit in between, and they've got some very unique features. So this is what they look like. This is known as Paramecium. It's just an example. They're kind of like these odd-shaped cells. Now, Prototyster, okay, so these are eukaryotic. Okay, so eukaryotic means they contain a nucleus. Now, just because they contain a nucleus, they're not actually multicellular. They are mostly single-celled. It sort of depends on the type of Prototyster, but in general, they sort of sit on their own, especially with malaria. It's usually just one cell. There is a lot of wide variety of Prototyster. There can be many different types. It's not as strict as the other groups that we have, and some of them can show plant-like or animal-like features. So it's a bit sort of hazy, the Prototyster. The criteria is not very strict. And they are mostly free living. But you will know that, for example, with malaria, this Prototyster is basically carried in that insect, okay? And then when the insect bites, for example, the human skin, the Prototyster will then go inside the skin and it will then infect the body. Okay, but they usually are free living on their own, but if they need to be transmitted, it would be via this mosquito, which is known as a vector. And then it replicates. So you can see it's replicating inside the liver cells here, but it's a single cell, okay? There's one cell here, there's one cell here. That's what we mean by single-celled. Okay, so, and then the last one, guys, within the kingdom classification is fungi. Okay, so fungi is a very interesting group of species. So typically you can see here that this is an orange. So this is actually kind of disgusting, sorry, because this is a whole orange, but this bit is the orange, but you can see this whole thing has got fungus on it. So all of this is fungus. And fungus typically grows like this on other organisms. Another example is like mushrooms as well, which are a type of fungi. So fungi are also eukaryotic. Okay, the only ones that are prokaryotic were there's only one group, which is the prokaryotes, not any other one. Now, basically, the eukaryotes can exist as single cells, okay, i.e. on their own, or they have something called a mycelium that contains hyphae. Okay, and I'll show you guys what that looks like. Now, their cell walls are made up of chitin. Okay, so for some reason, it's really important that you know the cell wall. So here in these cells, it's not made of cellulose. It's made up of something known as chitin, which is actually a very durable substance. Okay, and they have cytoplasm that is multinucleate. Okay, now what that means is that there are many nuclei sitting in one cell. So if, for example, this was one cell, you can see there are 3 nuclei. And they are mostly free living, and they are saprophytic. Okay, so saprophytic basically means is that when they like go and attack something, they can cause decay of organic matter. Like, for example, this orange, once the fungi is like breeding on it and has literally colonized the whole orange, the orange is now decayed. Like you would never eat this orange because it's basically been destroyed. The fungi has taken all of the juices and the sugars from the orange for it to survive and for it to grow. So that is known as saprophytic, and it just uses other organic matter and it causes decay. Okay, so I said that there was something about mycelium. What was I talking about? So this is a mushroom, okay? And if you actually were to look at a mushroom, it's got loads of, if you were to like pick it out from the ground, there's loads of these stringy bits that are in the roots of the mushroom. These stringy bits, if you really look under a microscope, it's made up of loads of strands, okay? And these are known as mycelium. And that is basically what mycelium is. So either the fungi will just sit on its own as a single cell, or if you've got a much more complex fungi, it will develop loads of mycelium surrounding it, like so. And as you can see, they just, if you take it under a microscope and you look really under the lining, you'll see that the cell wall is made up of that substance known as chitin. Okay, great. So well done, guys. So basically, we've talked about kingdoms. So let's just have a go at looking at an exam question now. Okay, so we'll go through this one together. Okay, so living organisms can be classified into 5 kingdoms based on certain key characteristics. Okay, so we know that. So table 2.1 shows some of the characteristics of the 5 kingdoms. Okay, complete the table. Okay, so let's go through this one. So the kingdoms are here. Okay, so they've given us the first one. Okay, so prokaryotes. Okay, so membrane-bound organelles are absent, we know that. And the cell wall here is made of peptidoglycan, which we touched on. Okay, so what is the type of nutrition? Is it heterotrophic or autotrophic? What do you guys think? So don't worry if you can't remember. Oh, you guys are doing really well, amazing. Anyone else got any answers? So even if you're not sure, please just put it in the chat. Only I can see the answers. Excellent. So actually, the correct answer here is both. Okay. Obviously, don't write both in the exam. You can just write heterotrophic and autotrophic. Prokaryotes, they actually do both, okay, and that is a sort of a unique property. Well, there's one more that can do both as well, but the prokaryotes are able to, either depending on the environment that they're in, they will make their own food, or they will get it off the organism that they're breeding in. Okay, so then we've got the next one. So this one has got membrane-bound organelles, and it's sometimes got a cell wall, and it's heterotrophic and autotrophic. Okay, what kingdom do we think this one is? So basically we have got, so the kingdoms, we know there are 5, right? So they've given us prokaryotes, they've given us fungi and animals. So my 2 kingdoms that I'm left with are either plants or Prototyster, right? So with this type of question, just, use the information that you're given and you do the process of elimination, right? So either I'm going to put plants here or I'm going to put plants here. Now, what is the difference? So membrane-bound organelles are present. Okay, that's fine. They're present in both of these. And then heterotrophic and autotrophic. So what did we said that plants are unique in that they make their own food. Okay, plants do not take food from anywhere else and they do not break down the molecules. Okay, so we know that therefore that this one has to be plants, right? So that's why this one is Prototyster. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, guys. So remember we said that Prototyster, like the malaria, there is sort of hidden, they are a bit unusual. The criteria is not that strict. So sometimes they have a cell wall, sometimes they don't, and they can do a bit of both. Okay, so this one is Prototyster. And then, so therefore we know that this one here must be Plantae, right? Because as I said, the only one that is purely autotrophic is plants. Okay, so we've got our kingdoms. So let's look at the next one. So fungi is here, and we remember we said it's made up of chitin, and it is a heterotroph. Okay, do fungi have membrane-bound organelles? Yes or no? So apologies, guys, I didn't specifically tell you guys this, but they do, yes. So fungi do, and if in the exam, you get something that you haven't revised, or you think like, this wasn't in my textbook, I don't know what it is, you just need to think about it. So as we said, we know that fungi, they have got nuclei, don't they? And they are quite a complex organism. Like if you think of a mushroom, okay, now that mushroom is made up of lots of different cells. And in order for the mushroom to grow and to reproduce, it's going to need ribosomes, it's going to need endoplasmic reticulum, it's going to need mitochondria, right? It needs all of those things. So even if you haven't learnt this, you can think in yourself, well, yeah, it must have membrane-bound organelles. It's not unicellular. It's not that bacteria that just sits on its own. So this is why they are present. Okay, they do have membrane-bound organelles. Okay, well done. And then finally, so we've got a couple more. So we've got plants here now. Yes, they've got membrane-bound organelles. And the cell wall, so you need to say whether it's got a cell wall and what is it made of. So I'm sure you guys will know this one. Excellent, so it's present, yep, and it's made of cellulose, great. Present and made of cellulose. Okay, and then lastly, animals. Okay, so animals, so that's us. So do we have membrane-bound organelles? Excellent, so it's present, yeah? Okay, fantastic, well done, guys. So that is just my completed table over here for reference. Okay, great. So guys, we're just going to pause there and do a quick quiz before we go for a break. So if you guys just log on to kahoot.in. We'll just get started and then you can log on. The pin is at the bottom. Excellent. So that is true, guys. Taxonomy is basically another way of saying classification. Excellent. So domain comes first, okay, and then kingdom comes second. So dear King Philip. Excellent, that's true. There are 8 levels. All right, guys, so this question is a bit of a trick question. So remember in domain, okay, the 3 divisions of domain are eukaryote, bacteria, and archaea. Those were the three, right? So Animalia is not a domain, it is in the kingdom classification, okay, when we come further down. So yes, humans belong to Animalia, but if the question said humans belong to which kingdom, okay, it's asking about the domain, and the domains have those three different groups. Okay, so that's why the correct answer is eukaryotic. Yeah, so they are prokaryotic. Yeah, so this is a bit of a silly question because there's a spelling mistake here. So this one is correct. This is also right, but it should be archaea. Oh, I don't think we said this. That's right. Yeah, it was Carl Linnaeus that made this classification system like, I don't know, 100 years ago. And we've been using it since. Excellent, well done, guys. So we will just take a quick break now till 11, and we will come back to where we left off. So enjoy your break, grab a quick drink, and I'll see you guys back at 11. Hi everyone, welcome back. So we're just going to continue where we left off. So we are talking about the different taxonomic levels within the classification system. So we've done this question. So remember, we have talked about what comes first, which is domain. Okay, and then we've talked about kingdom. So domain was divided up into those 3 bits, kingdom was into the 5. Okay, and then we're coming down now. So now we are going to talk about phylum. So dear King Philip, so we're on P now. So phylum comes next in that pyramid. And remember we said that basically as we go down the pyramid, it becomes much more specific. Okay, so you will see now that as we're going down, the way that we describe it is much more narrower. So basically, what a phylum means is a phylum groups the organisms such that they all have the same body plan. Okay, now same body plan just means like their structure and the way that the organs are laid out. So for example, if an organism has a backbone, then it will all be grouped into one. So for example, arthropods are all organisms which have got a backbone. So like beetles, butterflies, moths, all of these have got a backbone, so we group them together. Okay, so that is basically what phylum is. So phylum, you just want to think about organisms that have got the same body layout or body plan. Okay, and then the next one is class. So dear King Philip came, so class is the next one. And then the way that we divide up class is a group of organisms that all possess the same general traits. Okay, so for example, the number of legs, the number of arms, the number of eyes. So here you can see that these are all 4-legged animals that have been grouped together. So this would be their class. And then, so you just need to kind of basically know the order of which they come in and essentially an overview of what they mean. You don't need to know in as much detail as we did for kingdom. So after that is order. So dear King Philip came over. So order is basically, we're going into a bit more detail. So here for class, we said it's the same general traits, but order is like a subdivision below that. So it's not just about how many legs they have, but something a bit more specific. So it uses additional information about the organism. So for example, we can say that mammals, which are a type of class, we can just divide up mammals into meat eating or non-meat eating or vegetarian. That would be like an order. And then family is a group of closely related organisms. So this is where basically we're coming all the way down towards nearly species. So for example, a family might be like the dog family or a cat family within carnivore. So these are meat eaters. So let's just say that within the order, so our class can be, for example, mammals. Okay, then our order can be, let's just say that these mammals are meat eating or they are vegetarian. And then we go further down into family and we say, okay, some of them are meat eating. Within these meat eating, okay, some of them are dogs, they're a dog family, some of them are a cat family, and etc. And then you can find a group of vegetarian animals and divide them up. Like some humans, for example, are vegetarians. Okay, so that is basically what the family is. Okay, and then we come to genus, which comes next. So dear King Philip came over for good soup. And genus is basically a group of closely related species. Okay, and we will come on to talking about genus a bit later and how we can name compounds, name organisms using the binomial naming system. Okay, so that is order, family, genus, and then lastly is species, which is right at the bottom of the pyramid that you will remember. There were 8 levels, and species is at the bottom, domain is at the top. Okay, and species is the basic unit of classification. Okay, so all members of a species show some variations. Okay, if we were to look at these dogs, but essentially they are all the same. Okay, and sorry, this is not just dogs. They all have to be a specific type of dog for it to be a species, like for example, a poodle. It's not just in general a dog, that would be a family. So these are species within the family of organisms. Okay, so if we just look at this table over here, okay, so for example, let's just say that we take humans, okay, and we take a sunflower plant. Okay, so how do we divide these up based on our taxonomic ranks? So basically in the middle here, you will see they haven't put domain in this table, but they've put the other 7 here, okay, so kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. These are the classifications that we've talked about. So in terms of the kingdom, so remember in kingdom we had 5 kingdoms, right? Animals, plants, Prototyster, and the bacteria. So within that, okay, the humans will obviously be animals, okay, and plants will be the Plantae, Animalia and Plantae. When we go down towards phylum, you can see that they have all got special names, and this is like so for each one that you go down. So like their class is Mammalia, their genus is Homo, and species is sapiens. So you may have heard of the term Homo sapiens. It's like if you watch any sci-fi movies or anything, but Homo sapiens basically takes into account the genus and the species, and this is how we know that they are humans. And yeah, so this is basically how you can do this for any organism. You don't need to memorize any of these, but it's just important to know that there are loads of different examples. So for any type of plant, all of these will be different, but it just tells us the level at which it's meant to be at. Okay, and if we look at another example here, so this is the same thing. So again, we've got our taxonomic ranks. So these are the 8 levels. Oh, they've missed one out here. It depends. So usually, so they've missed out domain here at the top. So they've just put the 7 because domain is like the really broad group. So they haven't put it on here. So their common name is, for example, you can have humans, gorillas, or fruit flies. And you can just see that depending on whichever level they are. So these are all animals, but then going further down, they've got their own different names. You don't need to know these names. You just need to appreciate that they will be different depending on which level they're on. Okay, so let's just have a go at a question now. So the table shows the taxons and the name of taxons used to classify one species of otter. They are not in the correct order. And by the way, guys, they sometimes call these taxons. So like each different level that we talked about, you can say it's taxonomy, or you can describe each individual one as a taxon, but it's the same thing. Okay, so put letters from the table above into the boxes in the correct order. Some boxes have been completed for you. Okay, so this is in the wrong order. So what do we think is going to come first? What letter? Excellent, domain. Okay, so that would be P. Okay, what's going to come next? Excellent, K. So we've got P, K, O, M, and what will we have over here? So we've got a couple of mixed answers. Some of you are saying N, some of you are saying I or J. Yeah, so the correct answer here would be N for order, and then we would have family. Okay, so J. So so dear King Philip came over for good soup. So that's how we know it would be domain first, and then we would have kingdom and phylum, class, order, family, and then L and Q are done, genus and species. Excellent, well done, guys. So that's just a bit of revision. Okay, so let's just look at a harder question now. So living organisms can also be classified into 3 groups called domains. Okay, outline the features of this system of classification compared with the 5 kingdom system. Okay, so just to orientate ourselves, so guys, remember that domains are where we divide it up into 3 different types. Okay, we've got the Archaea, the bacteria, and the Eukarya. And then we had the 5 kingdom system, which divides it up into 5 things. So we had Animalia, the Plantae, the Prototyster, the Prokaryote, and the Fungi. Sorry, so this is Prototyster, this is Prokaryote, and this is Plantae, before anyone gets mixed up. Okay, so outline the features of this system. So basically, this is a 3-mark question, okay, and they're asking you to outline the differences between how we group it in domains and how we group it in kingdoms. So does anyone have any ideas about this question? So some really good answers. Some of you have said the domain system is a lot more broader, which divides organisms based on very broad factors, such as having a nucleus and a type of cell wall. The 5 kingdom system is different as it groups it based on multicellular or single-celled organisms, or heterotrophic or autotrophic. Great. Okay, so guys, basically, they're asking us to compare what are the differences of how we classify them. So the first thing that we can say is that the domains, basically the domains, all it's looking at is, does it have a nucleus or does it not have a does it have DNA or does it not have a nucleus or not, right? So you can say domains divide up based on differences or presence of, you can say nuclei or DNA or RNA, you can say any of that, okay? And then you can say that other things are domains reflect differences between Eubacteria and Archaea. And then you can say that the kingdom classification divides it up into the 5 different levels. Okay, so you can say kingdom has got 5 different levels and the domains just divide it up into the 3. And you get another mark saying for that the domain more accurately reflects the origins of the organisms, because do you remember with the domains we started off with that tree, so it starts off here, then this is where the bacteria go, and then we've got Archaea, and then Eukarya, like so. So it's basically suggesting that all organisms, they start off from one thing and then they divide. So the domains are reflecting the origins. Okay, so there's just a mark for saying the origins of organisms. Okay, so that is a little bit of a trickier question. Okay, but well done. Okay, oh no, the answer to the next one is visible. Okay, so the next question is define the term classification. Okay, what do you guys think? What does classification, and it's a 2-marker. How would we define classification? So grouping things together based on similar characteristics, attempt to place a wide variety of living things into groups. Excellent. Division of organisms based on their features. Okay, great. So those are all really good answers. So let's see what you get the marks for. So when a new species is discovered, it needs to be classified. Define the term classification. So remember, 2 marks. So you want to say 2 clearly different things, okay? So they've said here, placing living things or organisms into groups or categories. That's one thing. And then you're saying based on their similarities or their differences. So I think all of you that put an answer down would have got that right. It's just dividing things up based on their differences or similarities. Okay, that is what you get a mark for. Okay, excellent. Well done. So we're just going to talk a little bit more about the naming system and phylogeny now. So as we said, so guys, this is our basic pyramid that we mustn't forget. So at the higher level of this system, okay, the differences between the organisms can be very great. Obviously here we're just saying, do they have a nucleus or do they not? So, you know, there's huge differences in that. So it's therefore quite easy to place a species into the top 3 because these are much more broader. But then as we go down, like once you get to phylum, then you have to put it in its class, and then you have to put it in its order and family. And basically this becomes quite difficult because the differences between the classes in one phylum may not be very great. So we take one phylum, okay, so let's just say like they've all got a backbone. And then within that, we want to divide it up into its classes, but there aren't many organisms that will have separate classes. So it just becomes a little bit tricky to divide things up, okay? And then that's where we get all those complicated names of naming the species. And the take-home messages is that as you go lower down in these taxonomic groups, okay, it becomes increasingly difficult to separate closely related species and to you know, place them accurately. So we basically need much more detailed descriptions, and this is where something known as the binomial naming system comes in. So the way that we name them, because obviously we don't want to be using all those long confusing names all the time, so we just have binomial. So bi means 2, and nomial is like the name, so it's basically 2 names. And in the binomial naming system, we use 2 names. So the first name we use is the genus, and the second name we use is the species. So like, for example, humans, remember I said that Homo is the genus and Sapiens is the species. So we can therefore call humans Homo sapiens. So what's the point of this? So basically Homo refers to the genus, okay, and the way you write it is really specific. So this is not just italicized randomly. This has to be in italics, and H has to be with a capital letter. So when you write this down, you must make sure that you make this capital, because this is just the formal way of doing it and the way that these classification systems were made. So the species name is Sapiens, and sometimes you can write H.sapiens if it's a very long name, but usually you would write it all out. And the binomial Latin name is always written in a style that makes it stand out. It's usually written in italics. So yeah, so in printed text, this is in italics, and in handwritten text, it's underlined, okay? So we just do this binomial, so I don't want anyone to be confused. The reason we make this binomial naming system is because it's really hard to divide up things based upon these taxonomic groups, and the names would become very complex because there are minor differences within each subdivision. So therefore we have something known as the binomial naming system, which just takes into account the genus and the species, okay? So you write the genus first, and then you write the species, okay, and you put this in a capital letter. So if my genus is Homo, then I just put Homo here, and they will tell you, they will give you these, and then you just need to write it out. You just need to write out this genus and the species. So if this was Sapiens, then you just put Homo sapiens, and then you can just underline it, because in the exam, obviously, you can't show italic writing, so you can just underline it. So if we just go way back to, let's just say, for example, okay, so over here, if I were to take this plant example, okay, this plant, what is the binomial name of this plant? What do you guys think? So remember, we take the genus bit first, and we take the species. So remember, here we've got Homo sapiens. So what would it be for the plant? Excellent. So here it would be Ranunculus acris. Okay, so this is my genus and this is my species. And don't worry if you don't have any idea what these mean. These are like really weird names, but they will give you this in the exam, and you just need to, don't be picking random things like the class and the order. The binomial naming system is specifically for the genus and for the species. Okay, great. So where were we? So we've covered that now. Okay, so that is our binomial naming system. Okay, so we're going to move on to talking a little bit about phylogeny now. Okay, so basically, guys, we've talked about classification. Okay, and classification is just grouping things based on their similarities or on their differences. Okay, so this is just how they naturally exist. What phylogeny does is it's looking at how organisms come about, and it's basically looking at their evolutionary relationships. Okay, so it's not just looking at two organisms and saying what's the difference between these two. It's actually looking about their hierarchy, their lineage, and where they came from and how similar they used to be to older organisms. Okay, so evolution is about how it grew and how it changed over time. Okay, so the phylogeny is different to classification. Okay, so we're moving on now. So phylogeny is the name, as I said, given to the evolutionary relationships between organisms. What is evolutionary? It's how they evolve, okay, how they change over time, and how they develop. Okay, so basically what phylogeny allows us to do is it reveals which group a particular organism is related to and how closely these organisms related are. So for example, like there's a lot of talk that we as humans are very closely related to monkeys, right? And then monkeys are closely related to like chimpanzees, etc. So what phylogeny allows us to do is allows us to actually, what is the relationship? How closely related are these three things? And who is more closely related to what? Okay, so hopefully that all makes sense. Now, basically, the way that we want to learn it and the way that we show it is using a tree. Okay, it's just like a family tree, but there are some specific things that you guys need to be aware of. So let's just take this tree, for example. Okay, so the phylogenetic tree, or you can call it an evolutionary tree, just shows the relationships between the organisms. Okay, and they are branched diagrams. As you can see, there are branches here, and the branches show us that different species have evolved from a common ancestor. Okay, now basically it's called a tree for a reason, so it's very similar to an actual tree. So the earliest species, like the oldest ones, we put at the bottom, okay, and the most recent ones are put at the top, okay, like as branches. So let's just say we start off over here. So this is basically like a common ancestor. Okay, so this is like, if you want to think about it, like 1,000,000 years ago, there was like one type of organism. Okay, slowly what happened is that this organism, it divided up into one thing. Okay, and then it divided up into another thing. Okay, it had two branches. This organism that I divided up somehow decided to become a camel. Okay, this is arbitrary. This can be anything. You can write dog, whatever you want. This is just for your understanding. So these camels went off and they did their own thing. Okay, but then what happened is that we had a camel and we had something else. Now this organism, it actually decided to then branch off, and it became a pig, and slowly, more evolved. They became ruminants. Okay, over time they became whales. And then over here, they also branched off into hippos. Okay, now basically what it's suggesting is that there is a node over here. So this split up into basically two main branches. So there's like one here and one here. So what it suggests is because this branch is like a whole branch on its own, but all of these ones, so pigs, ruminants, whales, and hippos, these are all coming off this branch, right? They're all off on this one. So what we can basically assume is that these four are more closely related compared to the camels. Okay, so the closer the branches, the closer the evolutionary relationship. Okay, so hippos and whales are more closely related than hippos and ruminants. Now, you don't need to memorize this. This is just clear understanding. Obviously, if I start off with an organism here and then it branches off to this, but then later on, we branch off into these two. These are right next to each other, right? So this organism, it became a whale and then it divided into a hippo. So these are much closer to each other than this one. Okay, so what we can say is that camels and hippos, for example, they are very much unrelated because they came from a common ancestor very long time ago. Okay, and then there were loads of divisions. So these are like very not related. And you know that camels and hippos have like very few similarities. And the question says, is the camel more closely related to the pig than the hippo? Yes, that is right, because the camels and the pigs are right next to each other. Okay, so to be honest, the camels and pigs are not really very much related because they come off a different node. But if you were to compare them to the pig and the hippo, yes, that is correct. Okay, so let's just look at a few more examples. So how do we interpret these trees? Okay, so there's a few terms. So the tips, i.e. These bits, this is a tip, okay? The tips of the tree represent groups of descendant organisms, okay, i.e. they've descended, they've come out of them, and these are different species like dog, cat, camel, hippo, etc. Okay, now the nodes on the tree, which are the points where the new lines branch off, these represent the common ancestors. Okay, so a node is basically, this is a node, these are nodes. Anything where you've got any branching, okay, so these are nodes. And then these here, this A, B, okay, these are known as our tips. Okay, so these are the species. Now, two descendants that split from the same node, these are called sister groups. Okay, so like for example, E and F, we can say that these are sisters because they basically came off from this one. So like this would be, you know, like a hippo and a whale, like they're much closer together. Even here, these A and B are sisters. Okay, so it can be like, you know, a camel and a very closely related organisms, or like monkeys and chimpanzees, because they came off the same ancestor. Okay, now the closer the branches of the tree, the closer the evolutionary relationship. Obviously, these two are right next to each other, so they must have some similarities, as are D and E, or E and F. Now, the organism at the base of the tree is the common ancestor of all of the organisms on the tree. So obviously, once upon a time, we all came from one type of organism, okay, and slowly we evolved. So this is the common ancestor that sits at the bottom. And just so you understand, so basically this is past and this is present, right? So this was millions of years ago when we all started from one thing, and this is over time, evolution has taken place. Okay, we'll talk about what exactly evolution is. Now, the letters A to F represent 6 different species. Okay, that's well understood. These are our species that have come off. These were my tips of the species. These are my nodes. Okay, and these are sister species here. So at the top of the tree, species A and B, these are sister groups. We said that right, because this here is our common ancestor. And then species E and F, these are also sister groups, which share their own common ancestor, okay, which itself shared a common ancestor with species D further back in time. So what they're talking about here is this one over here. So this node is a common ancestor. So once upon a time, we had this common ancestor, which basically divided up into D, and then it slowly went to E and F. Okay, so this is a common ancestor, and so is this one. So this is common for D, E, and F, and this one is common for E and F here. Okay, and then further back in time, C shared a common ancestor with D, E, and F. So if we just go back in time again, you'll see again there is a node here, and this C is a common ancestor here from D, E, and F. Okay, guys, does anyone have any questions on that so far? Okay, so if we just have a look, so this is another example here. So again, we've got our past, and this is present day. Okay, so this is our ancestral species way back from day one. This is our common ancestor for everything. Okay, and we then go, this divided up into one, which is number 4. Okay, and this species then went on to divide up into several different ones. Okay, so if we look over here, so here we've got humans and gorillas. So we are apparently very closely related, and our common ancestor is this common ancestor 1. Okay, and we can also see other assumptions that we can make here is that this came from 3, but then we divided up. So obviously we know that humans and thrush, or gorillas and snakes, are not very closely related, but these will be sisters, as are these are sister groups. Okay, and just depending on your exam board or your textbook, sometimes instead of sister groups, we also see it known as monophyletic, which basically means same phylogenetic group. So just have a look, but they are interchangeable terms. Okay, and interestingly, you can see that number 4 divided up into a frog and into a trout, and also one species which has become extinct. Okay, so this no longer exists, so it's in white, but the frog and the trout are closely related because they came from number 4. Okay, so let's just have a look at a question now. So state the meaning of the term phylogeny, okay, and explain how phylogeny is related to classification. Okay, so 3 marks. What do you guys think? Okay, great. So some really good answers so far, and excellent. Everyone so far has written the key word, which is really important. So and this is also underlined in the mark scheme. Okay, so what we want to say is, this is 3 marks. Okay, so if we just really break out the question, it's saying state the meaning of the term phylogeny. Okay, so that's 1 mark. This is just a definition which you should know, and then the next part is explain. So you need to give reasons. So we can all get that first mark because we know this. So phylogeny is the study of, and you all have said this, so excellent, of evolutionary. That is what we're talking about. It is evolutionary relationships. Okay, it's not just looking at their differences and similarities, it's where they came from between organisms. Okay, that's my difference. That's my definition, sorry. Now explain how is it related to classification. Okay, so other things that you can then write are that, phylogeny is the study of closeness of evolutionary relationships. And it is used in, so it's used in, or it is the basis of natural classification, of natural or scientific classification. Okay, and the other key point that you can say, which hopefully you'll understand, is that the idea is that the closer the evolutionary relationship, hopefully you can read this, so closer the evolutionary relationship, okay, the closer the taxonomic grouping. Okay, and that is explaining, we are giving reasons why, okay, so that is explaining it how. So basically what I'm trying to say by that last point is that, yes, these have got a close evolutionary relationship, okay, these are sister groups, and the reason that is because they are from the same common ancestor, essentially their taxonomic groups, okay, will be similar, and that's how we work it out. We can say, oh yeah, these have both got a nucleus, so they both must be in the same domain. They both are animals, they must be in the same kingdom, they both have got a backbone, they both have got legs or whatever, so that's how we put them in the taxonomic group. So phylogeny is basically the basis of working out those taxonomic groups. If you don't know how closely related they are, you can't definitely say that, oh, they would be in the same group. Is because they have come from the same common ancestor that they have those same properties. Okay, so that is how it is related to classification. So this last mark is key. Okay, so the closer the evolutionary relationship, the closer the taxonomic grouping. Okay, excellent. So you guys have said some really good answers, and I'll just show you, this is what the mark scheme has. Okay, so let's look at a more practical question now. Okay, so Cytochrome C is a protein found in living organisms. The structure of Cytochrome C varies between different organisms. However, closely related organisms have similar Cytochrome C. Okay, cool. So figure 5.1 shows the evolutionary tree for vertebrates. Common ancestors are indicated by the number 1 and various letters. Okay, so just don't just jump to the question, just take some time to sort of orientate yourself on this tree, okay, otherwise you might get it wrong. So state the letter of the common ancestor that has cytochrome C, which will be most similar in structure to common ancestor 1. Okay, what letter do you guys think? Okay, so some of you have said J. Anyone think it's anything else, or you got no idea what's going on? Okay, great. Well done, guys. So the correct answer is J. For those of you that don't really understand this or what's going on, don't get mixed up. I know cytochrome C is like a really confusing protein and whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, this is just an application question, but we know phylogeny. We've looked at many trees. Okay, so we can do this. All they're saying is that different organisms have got cytochrome C, but closely related organisms have got similar ones. Okay, that is the basis of phylogeny. So state the letter of the common ancestor, which will be most similar in structure to common ancestor 1. So we know that if they're closely related, their cytochrome C will be close. So the one that is most closely related to 1 will obviously be the one that is next on the tree, right? And that will be J, because it's right next to each other. Okay, if you are going to put like V or T, that's wrong, because this is in the past and this is present day. So you want to pick the ones that are next to each other. So this is J. Excellent. And which one will be least similar in structure to common ancestor 1? So there's a bit of confusion between V or T. So remember, guys, this was our original ancestor. Okay, so we started off like this, okay? And then once upon a time, what happened was that this divided up into going into here, but also going straight ahead into here. So what we can say is that there is some connection between 1 and V, because they did come from the same nodal point, okay? And this was a very long time ago, but if you compare it to T, which is on its own thing, it's doing its own thing, it's not related to 1 at all. Okay, so therefore the least one is T. It's not V, because there is a common ancestor, there is a nodal point here, which is on the same line as this. Okay, this T is on its own line, has got nothing to do with 1. Okay, so the correct answer here, so this one is J, and this one is T. Okay, excellent. Well done, guys. And so just another quick question, which is actually a bit of recap from the first session. So table 2.1 shows the main taxonomic groups. The groups are not in the correct order. Place the letters representing the taxonomic groups into the correct order. The first one has been done for you. Okay, hopefully this should be a breeze for all of you guys. Excellent. So we've got V, okay, which is already given. So that is our kingdom. So dear King Philip. Okay, so we've got, and the next one will be Phylum. And then we will have our class. Sorry, I'm getting my, so this will be T, and then class, which will be S. Okay, and then we will have our order, and then our family, and then the genus, and last but not least is going to be our species, which is Q. So T, S, R, W, U, Q, and all of you have said that. Excellent. Okay, so let's just do this question. So the system used by scientists for classifying living things has developed from the original classification system proposed by Carl Linnaeus around 250 years ago. Complete the following paragraph by using the most appropriate terms. The system of classifying organisms according to their observable features or genetic characteristics is called what? Okay, so guys, some of you are saying phylogeny. Okay, this is not phylogeny. Remember, phylogeny only comes in when we start talking about evolutionary relationships. If we're talking about the observable features, okay, it's not evolutionary yet. Okay, we're not there yet. We're just looking at them. And the correct answer here is taxonomy. Okay, or you can say classification. Okay, does that make sense why it's not phylogeny? You have to be careful there. Okay, so this is taxonomic classification. So organisms are classified into larger groups, which are then subdivided into increasingly smaller groups. Okay, so remember that is our pyramid. That's what they're talking about. A system such as this is called a what? Okay, so some of you are saying phylogenetic tree, some of you are saying binomial classification. Okay, so guys, there's a bit of confusion. This system here, okay, we are dividing up organisms based on what they look like and their characteristics. And we have got 8 levels. Okay, that was our pyramid, that was our classification system. These 8 levels, domain, kingdom, phylum, etc., these are known as a hierarchy, okay, where at the top they are very broad and at the bottom they are narrow, okay, so we divide them up into larger groups at the top and increasingly smaller groups. This system is called a hierarchy, okay, where at the top it's broad and at the bottom it is narrow. Okay, this is not a phylogenetic tree. Okay, we are not talking about that yet, and we are not talking about the binomial naming system, which just looks at genus and species. That is a naming system. That is not how to divide up organisms. Okay, the term that describes the evolutionary relationship between organisms is what? Excellent. This is known as phylogeny, guys. So well done. I know this is probably a new topic for you, so the words you can get a bit muddled up, but classification is dividing it up on what it looks like, okay, and we call that our hierarchy, this pyramid. When we want to look at, you know, how they have evolved and the relationship between them, okay, that is phylogeny, and that would be my tree, okay? That is this tree here that we talked about with different branches, etc. Okay, excellent. So let's just have a look at the this question now. So New Zealand is made up of 2 large and many smaller islands and is situated a long distance from any other landmass. Okay, in New Zealand there is a large variety of birds not found elsewhere. Among its many species of the parrot family are, okay, these things. These birds are shown in figure 1. Okay, I don't have that picture, but we don't need it. So state 2 characteristics that birds, such as parrots, share with other members of the animal kingdom. So guys, this is going way back to when we talked about kingdom in the morning, the animal kingdom, and what makes something an animal. Excellent. So they are heterotrophic. That's one thing we can say. Okay, because we have to get our food from the outside. They're eukaryotic. Okay. They are multicellular. Great. They have membrane-bound organelles. And they can move around. Excellent. Well done, guys. So those are the main ones which we've covered. Okay, and name the domain to which the parrot belongs. So which domain is the parrot in? Exactly. So the domain that it's in is in Eukarya. Remember, we have got 3 domains, but parrots have got a nucleus, so they will be in the Eukarya. Okay, great. Well done, guys. So let's just do a quick quiz on phylogeny and what we have covered. Excellent. So it's evolutionary relationships. I think by outgroup they mean the most unrelated species. The correct answer here is 1. So it's basically the outgroup means the one that is not related to all of them. So because there is a common ancestor here, so we know that 2, 3, 4, and 5, they all branched off from 1 from this point here, whereas 1 just left on its own way before. So this is kind of like the outsider compared to 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's have, oh, this is a bit tricky to see actually. I don't know if it's coming up like this on your guys' screen. It probably is. Okay, let's just leave that one. Okay, so this is quite a tricky question. So basically the correct answer, which is not the false statement, is that green algae is more closely related to moss than a red algae. So I think that's actually, green algae is more closely related to a moss than a red algae. Yeah, so this is not true because basically it is sitting in the middle of them. So the relationship between green algae and red algae is the same as that of moss, okay, because it's right in the middle. So these is as closely related to red algae as it is to moss. And if we just quickly go through the other ones that you guys said, so green algae is more closely related to red algae than to moss. So that is also not true, I think. Oh, which of the following is an accurate statement? Okay, this question is weird. We'll just move on from this one. Excellent, that's right. So remember, we put the genus first and then we put the species, like Homo and then Sapiens. Oh, I've given this one away. Excellent. So it needs to be in italics, and the genus name needs to start with a capital letter. So that's why this is the correct answer. So this is true, and it is universal. So that's why we have to be really specific with how we write it and put the capital letters, because this is used across the world, so it has to be strict. Excellent, so it is genus first. Well done, guys. So we'll just go for our lunch break now. So if you guys just come back at, in an hour, so if you come back at 1 o'clock, and we will continue with the next section on evolution and adaptation, which is very interesting. So enjoy your lunch, and I will see you back here at 1. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We're just going to be moving on to the next section for today. So we have talked a little bit about classification and evolutionary relationships, which is phylogeny. So we're going to move on to talking a little bit about the variation between species and moving on to talking about evolution. So very simply, variation is basically variety. Okay, and we know that the differences between individuals is called variation. So no two individuals, unless they are genetically identical twins, they will not be exactly the same, regardless of however similar that they look. So if we look at differences between individuals in a species, so basically if you think of any characteristic like eye colour, hair colour, height, weight, there will obviously be differences between people. Now, so as I said, so eye colour, hair colour, skin and nose shape. So these are all characteristics that show variation. And when there is variation within a species, okay, this is known as intra-specific variation. So both of these babies are from the same species, okay, they're both humans. So the variation in, if their eye colour was different or their hair colour was different, that would be intra-specific, okay, and emphasis on the word intra, this is within the same species, okay. So the more genetically diverse, so we talked a bit about biodiversity in our last session, but the more differences in the gene pool of a population, the greater the intra-specific variation. Okay, so a strict definition for intraspecific variation is the differences between individuals of the same species. Okay, that is the strict definition. They are individuals, differences between individuals of the same species. So differences between humans or within dogs. It's not, you're not comparing the different the variety between a human and a dog. Okay, that's different. Okay, so as I said, so the variation that occurs between species is obviously usually obvious. So let's say, for example, like the differences between a dog and a cat or a penguin. Okay, obviously these are all really different, and the variation between them is very easy to understand. Now, variation between species, i.e. different species, okay, this is called inter-specific variation. So intra is you can kind of think of it as like inside. So this is just inside that same one group of one type of species, whereas inter-specific is between different species. Okay, so this is the variation that is found between different species. Okay, so this is just a diagram that illustrates this. So the differences between these cats, guys, is this intra or inter-specific variation? Excellent. So this one is intra because these are all cats, right? So they are of the same, this is only one species. So this is the variation within the species. Okay, this is intraspecific, so that like this cat is dark brown, this cat is white, this cat is orange, etc. Okay, and what about then, therefore, must the differences between these cats and these dogs? What is the variation between these two? Exactly. So between these two, this is interspecific. So the variation between, let's say, for example, this cat and this dog, okay, we will describe this as interspecific variation because this is the variety between different species, because obviously cats and dogs are different species, so it's very easy to identify the differences, but the variation within one intraspecific is much harder. Does anyone have any questions on these definitions, or is that okay? Okay. So variation is a big topic. So there's lots of different definitions of it. So either we can divide it up by its species. So we can say it's intraspecific or interspecific, okay, depending on which species we're talking about. But we can also divide variation into continuous variation and into discontinuous variation. Okay, so variation just means variety, right? So continuous variation are things that where there is a full range of values between two extremes. So whereas discontinuous are just like fixed ones. So we'll go into this, but continuous variation can be, for example, height, like you can be 1 centimeter, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a whole scale that you can be. Similarly with weight. Okay, there is a whole scale. You can go 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. It's a continuous scale. Okay. In contrast, discontinuous is like, it's not a range. It's either one or the other or the other. So, for example, eye color. Okay. So either your eyes are blue or they are black or they are green or brown, whatever. It's not like, 10.12, 10.34. It's not a scale. These are separate ones. They're separate characteristics. So it can be like eye color, or for example your hair color, etc. But these are just specific ones that are not on a scale. Okay, so let's just go into that. So continuous variation. So here we've got our good old fungi that we've seen in the beginning. So as I said, continuous variation is where there are two extremes, okay, and a full range of intermediate values between those extremes. Okay, so like let's say, for example, if we were to take the height of these mushrooms, so the smallest height that you can be is, for example, let's say it's 1 centimeter, and then the max that you can be is 10 centimeters. So these are our two extreme values. Okay, but most of them, they tend to be around 5 centimeters. They're just around this height. Okay, so most individuals are close to the mean value. So on average, they're all around like this height over here. Some of them are a bit tall and some are a bit small. The numbers of individuals at the extremes is low. Okay, so you have hardly any that are like this big. Okay, and you have hardly any that are really, really small. They all, in general, most of them lie in the middle. And in general, things like continuous variation, they're often regulated by lots of different genes, and they can be influenced by the environment which an organism lives in. So very common examples are your weight. So your weight is determined by, yes, some genes determine, whether you tend to have a slower metabolism or you gain weight quickly, but it's also dependent on your environment. So do you exercise or do you eat healthy? Similarly, your height. So some of it is controlled by your genes, like how tall your mum and your dad are, but a lot of it on your height is dependent on your environment as well. So like, do you exercise? Do you get enough nutrients so that you can grow? So these are all continuous variation, okay? And what it means is that there is a range of values. Okay, so just think about classic examples like height, weight, etc. So we can see some here. So height in humans, length of leaves. It always, in general, continuous variation, you just sort of think of numbers. It's usually a number value. Length of a stalk, number of flagella on a bacterium. And this type of variation is usually quantifiable, i.e. it's a number, we can count how much or how many. Okay, now with this continuous variation, because it is quantifiable, okay, you can plot it on a graph. And when we do plot it on a graph, it's best to use something known as a histogram. Okay, so this is just like a really simple graph. So for example, you just look on the x-axis. So here, this is your variable factor. So it can be anything. This can be your height, your weight, the length of a plant, etc. Okay, so here they said number of leaves on a twig. Okay, and then here it will just be how many individuals do you have. So how many twigs are there that have that many number of leaves, or how many humans are 110 centimeters. Okay, and you can see this is a continuous graph. So the things that we can identify from what we learned is that there are very few at extreme values. Okay, so at the extremes, i.e. over here and over here, there's only one. Okay, most of the majority of the population, they sit at the mean. Okay, so most are at average. It's just like in a normal population, most people are average height, and then you get a few people who are really, who may be really short, and some people who are very tall. Okay, but most of us, we sit in the middle. Okay, so that is basically continuous variation. Okay, so I want you guys to just think of numbers and a scale and something that is quantifiable. We now move on to discontinuous variation. Okay, so discontinuous variation is when there are two or more distinct categories. Okay, so these categories are separate and there's nothing in the middle. You can't be 10, 10.5 and 11. Okay, it's either it's blue or it's black. That's it. There's nothing in the middle. Now, the members of a species may be evenly distributed between the different forms, or there may be maybe more of one type than the other. So usually it tends to be even, like, you know, the same amount of people with brown eyes, same amount of people with blue eyes, etc., by and large in a whole population. Okay, now in terms of how it's influenced, so discontinuous variation is usually regulated by one gene only. So for example, your eye color is just one gene, your hair color is just one. It's not influenced by the environment. Okay, so your eye color is not going to change depending on where you live or what you eat or anything in the environment. Okay, hair color, yeah, temporarily, you know, you can dye it or whatever, but in general, these are not influenced by the environment that it lives in. And this is in direct contrast with continuous variation, where that is largely dependent on your environment. Okay, so this is one gene and it's not influenced by the environment. So some examples of discontinuous variation. So for example, gender. So either you can be a male or female, or similarly with plants. And so, for example, the presence of something. So some bacteria, either you have flagella or you don't. Okay, remember flagella is this is a bacterial cell. Flagella are these bits which give it motility to move around. So either you have it or you don't. Okay, it's not in between. You don't have half of a flagella. So for example, your blood group, which you may have heard of, there are basically 4 different blood groups that you can have, AB or blood group O, and you can't have a mix of both. You just have one of them. Okay, so what type of graph can we show on a discontinuous variation? So does anyone have any idea what kind of graph would be best to, let's say, for example, blood group? Excellent. So you guys are all saying bar chart. Fantastic. So discontinuous variation will be shown on a bar graph, okay, because we do not want, because these are separate categories, right? We don't, like in a histogram, they're all joined together like this so that they're all attached, okay? So that means they're continuous because they're all stuck to each other. Discontinuous variation, these are distinct categories. So that's why there's gaps between them because they're not linked to each other. So you would do it on a bar chart. So you can see here, like this is flower color and either it's white, red or blue, and these are the number of flowers. So there's no link between them. There's no, like, you know, one is these are your extremes and then you go up and then, you know, the most sit at the mean and some sit here. It's either one or the other, and there's no link between how much of each that you can have. Okay, so that is one other way of grouping variation. So basically variation, it comes under many categories. So either you can describe it as intraspecific or interspecific, or you can say, is variation continuous or is it discontinuous? Okay, and then you can talk about how variation comes about. So like, is it genetic or is it environmental, etc. And that's what we're going to be doing now, guys. So we're going to talk about how you can categorize it like so. Okay, so we have something called genetic variation, or you can say it's inherited. These both meaning the same thing. So we will know that the genes which we inherit from our parents provide information that is used to define our characteristics. Okay, and the genes that we get is in terms of alleles. So hopefully we have covered cell division, but alleles are, tell me guys, what is an allele? An alternative version of a same gene, genes which code for the same characteristics. Some of you are saying one gene from mum and one gene from dad. That is right, but essentially an allele is a different version of the same gene. Okay, so it's not strictly that it's one from mum and one from dad. You've got one, this is your gene, okay, and then you can have alleles. The alleles are different versions. So this is a gene for, let's say, eye color. Okay, either it can be blue or it can be brown or it can be green. So eye color is the gene. Blue, brown, and green is the allele. Okay, it's a different version. The gene is still for eye color, but alleles are telling us different characteristics. So obviously, in dogs or in any other species, we all get a different combination of alleles, and that's why we look different from each other. Okay, so we may share many alleles with other members of our species. Okay, and we share genes with members as well. Okay, so that is genetic variation, but of course we must also have environmental variation, because many of our characteristics that we are born with can be affected by our environment. So for example, if a pet is fed too much, it will become overweight, and a person's skin will tan and become darker with careful exposure to sunlight. So, for example, even if you've got two twins and one of them grows up in a very malnourished area and one grows up in a Western environment with lots of food and sanitation, etc., they both turn out very different, even though they have the same genes, and that is because of the environment. Okay, so we have genetic and we have environmental, but we can also have combined effects. As you know, it's not separate. It's not, one thing is not just affected by your environment or just the genes. They can be mixed together. Okay, so for example, humans have become taller because we now have much more nutrients and a better diet. But let's say even if your family are all much shorter, okay, and they all have genes that make their height not as tall, even though you have a very healthy diet, you still won't be very tall. Okay, and that is basically the link between genes and environment, because they both play with each other. So your height, the height that you can reach, like your maximum height, is limited by your genes. If you've got a gene for if your family is shorter, so even if you eat loads of healthy food, you still might not be as tall as somebody else who has got genes which make them much taller. And the thing about genes is that they're not all active at any one time. So when you reach puberty, for example, many changes occur in the body because those genes are becoming active and releasing hormones like testosterone, estrogen, etc. Okay, and changes in the environment can also directly affect which genes are active. So some genes can get switched on depending on your environment. So let's just take a look at an example here. So this is Jennifer and Karen. These are both identical twins, okay, and they both have genes that absorb fat as twice as fast as the average person. Okay, so they've got some very lucky genes. Now Jennifer, she eats healthy, low-fat food. Okay, sorry, these genes aren't lucky. They're unlucky because they're absorbing fat very quickly, so they actually become overweight. So she's eating healthy, low-fat food, so she's fine. Okay, and her obesity genes are not triggered. Karen, on the other hand, is eating lots of fatty, unhealthy food. So because she has got a genetic component that absorbs the fat very quickly, and in her environment, she's triggering off these genes, okay, because she's eating unhealthy food. So in her, the obesity genes are triggered and she becomes overweight. Okay, so this is genetic variation because they both have got this gene that makes them absorb fat, but it is influenced by their environment. Okay, because here she's eating healthy food, so her genes are not being triggered. Whereas in this case, she is eating unhealthy foods, so it's triggering the genes. And there is a strong link between genetic and environment. So some genes can get switched on and off depending on what you do in the environment. Does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, so let's just have a look at a question. So figure 6.1 is a scatter graph that shows the growth rate and egg productivity in a flock of chickens. Okay, so this is rate of growth, this is egg productivity. Okay, so the question is saying the growth rate of the chickens shows continuous variation. Describe 3 characteristics of this type of variation. Okay, so what are some characteristics of continuous variation? So you can just look at the graph here to help you, and we want 3 points. Okay, so we've got data is represented on a scale as it can have any value within the range. Most of the individuals will be within a close range to the mean. Okay, some of you are giving examples of the chickens, so just make sure you read the question carefully. It's just saying describe 3 characteristics of continuous variation, okay? It's not asking you to say describe 3 characteristics of the growth rate of the chickens. It's specifically just asking you about continuous variation, so you must read the question carefully. When it says describe, it's literally just describing what you have learnt about continuous variation. It's not explaining, you don't need to give reasons. You just need to say what you've learned basically. So some really good things you can say is that in continuous variation, there are no defined categories. Okay, there are a range of values. Okay, and you can say that they are quantitative. Okay, you can say that they have to be measured. Okay, and the last thing is with continuous variation, remember that it is influenced by the environment and genes. Okay, and there are several genes and genes, so you can say plural for genes. It's not just one gene, it's not just eye color, hair color. Okay, there is influence of both the environment and the genes and how they interact. Okay, so these are the 4 different things that you can say. I think you guys said at least a couple of them. And it's very correct that most of the individuals will be within a close range to the mean, but unfortunately you don't really get a mark for that one, but you do get a point for saying range of values. Okay, so an investigation to the resistance of the Iranian wheat plants to mildew produced the results shown in figure 5.2. State the type of variation that is shown in figure 5.2 and describe its characteristics. Okay, so what is this graph showing? Excellent. So this here is a bar graph. So we know that this is discontinuous variation. Okay, it's not is a bar graph. So this is therefore separate and it's discontinuous. It's not a histogram. So what are the characteristics of this type of variation? So we've done the other question. So hopefully you guys can give me some concrete points now. So I'll just help you guys with this. So this was continuous variation. Okay, so what kind of things do you think you want to write now for discontinuous? Excellent. So things that you can say is that, so this type of data is qualitative. Okay, I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but qualitative is basically to do with words and quantitative is to do with numbers. Okay, so there are, as you guys say, there are discrete categories, or you can say separate categories or defined categories. Okay, and you can say it's not influenced or little influence from the environment. And there are, you can say it's affected by single genes or few genes, or one gene if you want as well, you can say, yeah. So I'll just show you guys the answer. So yeah, it's discontinuous, single, few genes, qualitative, discrete categories or no intermediates, and no small or little environmental effects. Okay, so hopefully during that question has made it really clear about the two, about discontinuous and continuous variation. Okay, so guys, we've talked about variation. We're going to talk a little bit about adaptation now, because that will then lead us to talking about natural selection and evolution. Okay, so we already said that all members of a species are slightly different from one another because of those alleles and because of the environment. Okay, they show variation. All right, now they show variation, but you can have variety. So some people can have long beaks, short beaks, they can be overweight or underweight, but some characteristics are very beneficial in the environment that you live in. Okay, now any variation that helps the organism survive, like i.e. it is good for it, okay, this is known as an adaptation. Okay, so for example, like if we look at this camel, so this camel has got big humps, okay, to store the water, because it lives in a very dry environment. Okay, this is how it's adapted, and this is a very helpful characteristic that it has. Okay, so we say that the organism is adapted to its environment, and adaptations can help the organism cope with environmental stresses and to obtain the things that they need to survive. Like this is a very dry environment. If this camel was not able to store any water, then it would probably die. Okay, so that's why it needs to be adapted. Okay, so so some specific examples of a well-adapted organism. So obviously, if you need to survive, okay, so obviously you need food, okay, you need water, you need other nutrients, okay, you need to be able to protect yourself from like disease, okay, or from any other kind of predators and things like that, and you also need to have energy. Okay, so these are like the basic things that organisms need to survive, like in the wild. So obviously a well-adapted organism, it will be able to get its food, or if it's a plant, it has got enough chlorophyll, chloroplast to photosynthesize. It can find enough water. Okay, water is needed in respiration to gather enough nutrients. Okay, so it needs to have good mobility. As we said, it wants to defend itself from predators, so other animals that are trying to kill them, and also diseases that can be spread in the environment. And also it needs to be able to survive the physical conditions of its environment. Okay, so obviously a polar bear is very suited to the Arctic conditions. If you take a polar bear and put it in a desert, you know, it won't be able to survive, okay, because it's not adapted to that environment. So this is why it's really important that the organism where it lives, it can be able to withstand very harsh changes, like for example, if the temperature changes, or in terms of light and water availability. Okay, and it should also be able to have sufficient energy to allow reproduction. The way it will get its energy is from the food, water, and the nutrients. Okay, so that is all very straightforward, but when we described variation, so I remember I said there are loads of different subheadings under variation. So with adaptation, there are also many ways we can describe it. We can describe an adaptation as either anatomical or behavioral. Okay, anatomical is basically like its structure. Okay, and behavior is its behavior, basically like its actions or what it does. And a really common example, which you might notice in your textbook, is that of marram grass, which they always like to use. But in your exams, you may be given an unfamiliar organism that you've never seen, but that doesn't matter. The principles stay the same, and you just need to think about and apply your knowledge. Okay, so we'll just have a look with marram grass. Okay, so now this plant, I'll just tell you a little bit about it and we can work it out. So you can see this is what this plant looks like, okay, and it's surrounded by sand, okay. It's not in the soil like flowers and, you know, in your garden, it's in sand. So this is a very harsh environment for the plant, okay, because in sand dunes, okay, you have got very little water, obviously because there's sand and not soil. So the marram grass needs to be adapted to that. Okay, so just by looking at this plant, can you guys see or like notice anything, even obvious things that you think make it look like it's adapted to living in this harsh condition? Okay, excellent. So some really good answers. So you guys have said thin leaves, deep roots, it's spiky, less surface area. Excellent. So something that's very standout, I mean, if you compare, like, say, for example, your normal tree leaves or your plants, you've got broad leaves, haven't you? And those broad leaves allow it to absorb water, allow it to absorb light for maximal photosynthesis, okay? Now here, with these leaves, they're all very skinny because basically, as you guys said, there is no water, okay? So you don't need, it doesn't need to be a flat leaf, okay, because otherwise all the water that's on it would evaporate. So they are very thin. So great, so let's just talk about this. So as we said, it's a very specialized plant. It lives on the sand dunes where there's very little water. And if you were to go to these sand dunes and take some seeds and, you know, plant like any other plants there, they would never survive. So marram grass is very unique. So basically, because there's not much water, its adaptations will focus on trying to take up as much water as possible from the environment, whatever droplets there are, and to really keep hold tight of that and to avoid losing it. Okay, and we describe marram grass as a xerophyte, and a xerophyte is basically a plant which needs very little water. It's kind of like a cacti. A cacti is another example, I mean. Okay, so so some of its anatomical adaptations, i.e. structural or adaptations. So these are things that basically you can see just by looking at a picture, okay, the structural adaptations. So the first thing is that it has got long roots. Okay, so you can't see that in this image, but underneath the sand dunes, the roots really extend down. Okay, some plants have got very shallow roots and they just sort of, you know, sit on the surface, especially those ones that are in kind of like murky waters or like near the river. Their roots are just like this, but these ones are going like deep down in the underground. So this enables the plants to reach some water that may be sort of sitting in the surface. Okay, the next thing is that these leaves are curled. So it's a bit tricky to see here, but basically the leaves, they're not like this. Okay, you can see that here. They don't just stand upright. They sort of flop to the side like this. Okay, so at the end, they've got a bit of a curl. Okay, now basically what happens is any water, let's say like it on a chance day that it rains or some water droplets collect, what will happen is if the leaves were straight, the water droplets, they would just go down and they would literally have nothing to do with the plant, okay? And they would just go and evaporate. What happens is because these leaves are curled, the water droplets, they tend to collect on the surface of the leaf, like just in between them. And it basically traps the air, okay? And it traps water because that you've got water vapor in the air, so it just traps it, okay? And that is the whole point of it being like this curved surface. The other thing that it has, so these are kind of the main ones. There's several adaptations, but just a few key points so that you can apply your knowledge to other ones. It's got a thick, waxy cuticle. So many plants, they have got on the surface, they've kind of got that shiny layer on them, and that basically stops the water from evaporating. If you were to touch marram grass, it feels very rough and it's very firm. Sometimes with leaves, like if you're playing with them, you can just rip it into two. If you were to ever touch a marram grass and you really pull and bend on it, it won't rip. It's very resilient because it's got a very thick, waxy cuticle. But like if you just on any tree pick up a leaf, you can tear it in half usually. So we've got a question which says, does the marram grass trap water to absorb it from the air or to reduce the water potential difference and decrease the transpiration? So that's a really good question, and it's actually a bit of both. So it helps trap the water vapor in the air, and because it is trapped, now that there is water here, there is a lower, the gradient is less steep, so there is less transpiration as well. So it's both factors that are at play. And we can just see that over here as well. So in terms of the behavioral adaptation, so you can see a bit more clearly here, the marram grass. It's all sort of got this curved surface. So now behavioral adaptations is an aspect of the behavior. So basically what it does to help it survive in the conditions that it lives in. So basically what marram grass does is that when there is very little water, the leaf gets rolled up. So it's anyway like a curved surface, but sometimes it can just roll up even more and bend downwards. And that will just sort of wrap it up and protect it from the outside surface so that the leaf is more tight together. And then the stomata, which are the air spaces and the guard cells which are involved in water movement in the plant, they will be closed. So as we said, both of these changes will help to reduce transpiration. Transpiration is that movement of water in the plant. And another clever thing that marram grass does is basically sometimes in the sand dunes, the sand can actually go up really high and the sand can come up till here. So all of this might be covered in sand. And as soon as it does that, the marram grass actually, it gets triggered and it starts to grow more quickly to reach this surface of the sand so that it can reach the sun. Okay, so even if more sand builds up, it acts as a trigger and the plant grows more quickly so that it can get to the sunlight. And we've got a question which says, where would stomata be located in the marram grass? So the stomata are just located in, stomata are not usually seen on the surface like this. Stomata are seen in when you take a cross section. So if you were to just take a cross section of, say, any section of this plant, then you would see all the layers of a plant cell. Okay, so at the top you have got the palisade, and then you have got your spongy mesophyll. This is your cute waxy epidermis, and then you've got cross-section of xylem and phloem. So it's just like any plant cell. The stomata are found on the underside, but you see them in a cross-section. You cannot look at this and identify where it is. It's on the microscopic level. Okay, great. So guys, that is basically just adaptation of the marram grass. Now, so we have talked about variation, okay, which is the variety within or between different species. And we've then talked about how some changes in the species, some variation can cause it to become adapted to it, okay? And basically these features are really important for survival. Okay, and we try and these features, they then get selected over time. Okay, and this is basically what natural selection and what evolution are. So this is kind of like the next step. Okay, so essentially an individual that has a characteristic which helps it survive in its environment is more likely to live long enough to reproduce. Okay, so this characteristic is basically an adaptation. So let's say, e.g., a waxy cuticle. Okay, if we've got two marram grass, one that has no waxy cuticle and one that does, if you put both of these in the sand dunes, the one that has got the waxy cuticle will survive, right? And it will survive for longer, and it will reproduce, and it will produce more of it, and eventually this one will die out. Okay, that is what natural selection is. So the process of evolution works by selecting individuals with particular adaptations to survive and to reproduce, so things that are suited to that environment. And these adaptations are therefore passed from one generation to the next. And essentially what will happen is over a long period of time, over maybe 100 years, over many generations, more and more individuals will have that adaptive characteristic such that it becomes normal. Okay, so like when the marram grass first started growing in the sand dune, maybe not all of them had waxy cuticles, but now if you go to a sand dune, all of the marram grass will have waxy cuticles, and that's because over many generations they've adapted and they've realized that it's very helpful to have a waxy cuticle. So most of the population has now got it. Okay, so basically we say that adaptation has been selected. That is natural selection. Okay, so how did this all come about? How did we discover natural selection? So the evidence comes from Charles Darwin, who I'm sure you guys have heard about. So this is the man himself, and he basically suggested this idea of natural selection. Okay, so how did he decide to do this? So he basically traveled to the Galapagos Islands, okay, which are pretty much in the middle of nowhere. And he went there and he basically saw this was a very untouched area where not many humans had been. And he just found loads of really unusual species. And many of these species were similar to those that were found on the South American mainland. So South America is a big continent. Okay, let's just pretend it's here. This is South America. And then the Galapagos Islands are like a really small area over here. So when he went to the Galapagos Islands, he found like some really weird birds that were very unique. But interestingly, they also were in South America as well. So somehow they came from over here to the Galapagos Islands. So these are the birds I was talking about. So they were like very unique looking and very rare sort of species. And basically what Darwin found was that there was clear variation between members of the same species found on different islands. So you can see they all had slightly different beaks, they all had slightly different colors, shapes, etc. Okay, and basically he noted that what was actually a wide variety of these bird species, they were all closely related finches. So they were from the same type of bird species. Okay, they were all finches, which is a type of bird, but they had a lot of variation in between them. Okay, but even though they were the same type of bird. So basically what he thought was that one species had arrived on the islands from the mainland and had then evolved to form many different species. Okay, so basically this one red bird came from South America and then it came to the Galapagos and then it formed many different variations, like some birds with long beaks, some with short beaks, blah blah blah, and different colors. Okay, so basically what he realized was that variation was the key to understanding how species change. And he saw that basically when too many individuals are produced, so when we've got like loads of the same type of bird living in one space, okay, living on a small island, obviously they are going to compete with each other for food, for space, for water, for all kinds of things, right? There is competition. They can't all survive. There's a limited area with limited resources. Now, as all of the offspring are different, some may be better adapted to others. So, for example, this bird over here, it may have a longer beak, which means that it can kill predators more easily, or it can get food more easily, whereas this one has got a smaller beak, so it cannot survive. Okay, so the better adapted individuals, they obtain food and survive long enough to reproduce. So over time, let's say these ones have got little beaks, they cannot survive in this environment. Now these two have got big beaks. So over time, what will happen is that these two will then go on to reproduce, okay? And eventually you will have a whole organism, a whole species that have got big beaks. And there will be hundreds of these rather than the ones with smaller beaks, okay? And then these individuals will pass on their characteristics to the next generation. And eventually, over time, the whole population can change or evolve to become better suited to its environment. So saying like if you went there in the 1800s, there would be some with small beaks and some with big ones. But if you go there now in 2020, you will see that all of the organisms have got big beaks. So there's not a single one with a small beak because they cannot thrive in that area. So that they become extinct, and those characteristics are basically die out. Again, over time, over many generations, the species becomes much more adapted. And yeah, that is basically natural selection. So we will continue, guys. I think I'm just going to do a quick quiz and then we can go for a break because I know it's been 45 minutes and you guys are probably struggling to listen to me talk. So let's just do a quick quiz. Excellent. So it's where data can be in any value, any range. It doesn't necessarily have to be DNA. It's any data. Excellent. So that's right. Height is continuous variation. Excellent. Well done, guys. So it can be measured. So weight is an example. So blood group is not continuous, guys, because blood group, there are only 4 groups, either A, B, or O. Those are specific distinct categories, so it's not continuous. Excellent. Eye color. So yeah, both of these are actually true. So it is a mechanism of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. These are actually both correct. Excellent. Yeah, so he looked at birds. Exactly. So it's a change of species over time. Well done, guys. So if you guys just come back at 2:05 and we will just continue on with the last section of natural selection and evolution. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope you guys enjoyed your break. So well done. We're just on the last hour of our session. So you're all doing really well. Just hang in there. So we're just talking about Darwin's theory, right? So we've said that he discovered that basically some of those species that were in the South American mainland were also in the Galapagos Islands, and that they had evolved from one species to create a lot of variety. Okay, so he didn't just pluck this out of thin air. He had evidence for this, and this is very commonly the evidence for natural selection, which they might ask you about. So basically what Darwin did is he realized that variation, i.e. those differences, was the key to understanding how do species change. Okay, so what Darwin found is that if there are too many individuals that cannot be sustained, so if your land size is only this big, but you've got 1,000 birds that are trying to cram in there, it's not going to work. Okay, there will be competition for food, and there will be competition for other resources like water, space, etc. And then as all the offspring are different, some are better adapted than others. The better adapted individuals will get enough food and survive long enough to reproduce, and they pass on those characteristics to the next generation. Okay, so basically his conclusions can be summarized as such. So basically what Darwin has established for us is that there is a struggle to survive, okay, because of changes in the environment, changes in the weather, in terms of like disease. So there's lots of issues. There's weather, disease, there's predation, there's shortage of resources. Okay, there is therefore a struggle. Not everyone will just give birth and survive. There is a struggle. Now, better adapted individuals to that environment. Okay, so obviously the adaptations are specific to where they are. So like a polar bear is in a cold area and it's got lots of fur. That's not suitable for it if it lived in a very hot climate. So it's for that environment. They will survive and they will pass on their characteristics. Okay, so over time, a number of changes may give rise to a new species. So eventually, if lots of things change, like the length of the beak, okay, the amount of fur, the height of the animal, the weight, essentially what will happen over time is because there are so many changes, you can give rise to a whole new species because of all of the adaptations that have taken place. And that is why all of those birds that he found on the Galapagos Islands, they had all developed from one species, but they had a lot of variety. Okay, and that is because the better adapted individuals survived and they passed that on. Okay, so those are basically the Darwin's theories. So let's just have a look at a question now. So Darwin had this book on the origin of species. He made the following 4 observations. So offspring generally appear similar to their parents. No 2 individuals are identical. Organisms have the ability to produce large numbers of offspring, and populations in nature tend to remain relatively stable. Okay, so from these observations, he made a number of deductions, which are listed below. The deductions are supported by one or more of the observations. So in table 6.1, indicate which of the above observations supports each deduction, and you can use each of them or you can use it more than once. Okay, so characteristics are passed on to the next generation. So which of these is the supporting observation? So when we talk about deduction, basically that's just like a conclusion or something you can draw out from this. So you've got these points and he has deduced this. So some of you have said W, some of you have said Y, and some of you have said both. So basically here the deduction is that characteristics are passed on to the next generation. Okay, so if these are the parents, their characteristics are then passed on to the next generation, right? That is basically what that means. So if it means that the genes are passed on, then from how did he get that conclusion? Well, offspring generally appear similar to their parents, okay? So the son looks like mum, and that is because it's passed on in the genes, okay? So characteristics are passed on to the next generation. So yes, he got that from W, okay? So well done. So some of you that have said why, organisms have the ability to produce large numbers of offspring. That's got nothing to do with the fact that it's the characteristics are passed on. That's what they're trying to touch on, is that it's passed in the genes. So this is just telling you that, yeah, organisms can reproduce. It's not telling you that the genes are passed on. So that's why it's not why. Okay, the next one. So there is a struggle for existence. Okay, how did he deduce that there is a struggle for existence from observing this? So there's actually two for this one. So if there is a struggle for existence, okay, so basically what that means is that there are limited resources and that there are lots of a large population, right? So it's not W, okay, it's not X, no two individuals are identical, that's got nothing to do with it. So organisms have the ability to produce large numbers of offspring. So if one organism, okay, goes ahead and produces 10,000 more offspring, obviously in this one environment, okay, you've got a large population and not everyone can survive in limited resources, okay? So there is a struggle. So because there is so much reproduction, okay, this is why there is a struggle for existence. So Y is correct. And populations in nature tend to remain relatively stable. This is also something that he can deduce this from, because basically what's happening is in general, if a population over here, okay, let's say it starts off with 200 people in the 1900s, if we fast forward to 2020, okay, there will probably be around 250, okay, or maybe 190. It's not going to go down to 0, and it's not going to go down to 20 million. Okay, in general, over time, in a fixed area, you tend to have the same number of population. It's like in your city or on your road, you've got the same number of people, right? They're not all suddenly dying or suddenly having lots of children. It tends to be stable, and because it tends to be stable, there is a struggle for existence. Okay, because new organisms are being born and they are taking up space, so, and then other people are dying. So this is also populations tend to remain relatively stable, also proves that there is a struggle for existence because they don't all suddenly die or give birth in one go. Okay, so that's Y and Z. And then individuals with beneficial characteristics are among the few who survive. Okay, what do you guys think of this one? So the supporting observations for this one are actually X, Y, and Z. Okay, and this is basically the theory of evolution, essentially. So basically, because we know that no two individuals are identical, i.e. there is variety, okay, and then we know that there is a lot of large numbers of offspring being produced, okay, so we know that there are loads of organisms, but the population is remaining relatively stable. So over time, there is only a fixed number of population. So what that means is that even though there is a large number of offspring being produced, the population is fixed. So that means that some people are dying, and that means that only those that have got the correct adaptation will survive. Okay, the ones that have got the genes that will be carried forward and will help them thrive in the environment. So from X, Y, and Z, you can basically draw this. W is not in, it has got nothing to do with this one because it's not talking about the parents. So yeah, that is the answer to that question. So this is quite a hard question, I have to say, but it just kind of really helps your understanding on what is Darwin's theory, because hopefully now you should have a clear understanding. Okay, Great. So just to talk a little bit more about evidence, so we have Charles Darwin's evidence from the Galapagos Islands, and basically one thing that Darwin also used was fossils as well. Okay, so basically fossils present a very concrete evidence for evolution, okay, because we still have the fossils that exist and we can look at them and make judgments. So basically what Darwin did is he understood that fossils from many years ago, they gave rise to more modern species that we have now. Okay, so basically, if you look at this diagram, a million years ago, we had this really weird horse called this Hyracotherium, and that was 60 million years ago. Over time, it then developed into this horse that we have today, known as Equus. Okay, that's the Latin name. And essentially, the reason that we know that it was very different is by looking at the fossils. So you can see that the bones of this organism compared to how it looks now is very different. So you can see in terms of the foreleg and the foot, it was different, and it has changed over time because of changes in the environment and to help make it adapt. So to become a fast runner, to run away from prey, to collect food, etc. And because obviously 60 million years ago the environment was very different. So basically, we use the fossils as theory, as evidence for evolution. Okay, so Darwin was also struck by the differences between the fossil species and modern species. So if you go to like the Natural History Museum or wherever, you'll see that the fossils are there, and it looks very different. So it's actually crazy to think that this is what the horse used to look like, and now the bone is like this. So many of the fossil species were much larger than modern species, but otherwise they appeared very similar. So some of them actually look similar, but their size was bigger. So that is basically fossil evidence. So fossils support the theory of evolution. Okay, so let's just have a look at this question. So the evolution of antibiotic resistance in bacteria is evidence to support the theory of evolution. So I'll talk to you guys about antibiotic resistance, but how does fossil evidence support the idea that evolution has taken place? So how can we look at those fossils and think, oh yeah, actually organisms have changed and they have grown? So so this is a bit of a hard question based on what we've learned. So things that we can say is that fossils show, it's asking us, how do we know that evolution has taken place? Well, fossils show that organisms, okay, have changed over time. Okay, that is the main thing, that they have changed, because by looking at the fossils, they look totally different from how they do now to how the bones used to look. So fossils show that organisms have changed over time. And basically what we can do with fossils, so fossils, they can be dated. Okay, so we can actually look at the fossil and from its environment and say like, oh yeah, this is from 20 million years ago, this is from 30 million years ago. So we can put a date on it, and that allows us to, it gives us a time frame. And you can just say something about how fossils, they show us sequences, like over time, what's happening, sequences, or patterns, okay, or intermediate forms. Okay. So just an overview of a natural selection. Okay, so as we've said here, we have got the ancestor finch. So this is like one specific bird that was in South America, and we saw that over time it actually changed into lots of different types of bird. The beak evolved. Okay, so here the beak was like this, then the beak became insect eating, woodpecker type and seed eating. Okay, so we start off with one bird that had a beak like this, and then it changed into different forms. Okay, well, how did this happen? So we have a mutation which creates an alternative version of a gene. So sometimes the genes, they exist, they get passed down, or you get a mutation, which is a change in the gene, and you get a different version. Okay, so here we have this normal beak, and then all of a sudden you get a change in the gene that makes it more easy to eat insects or makes it easier to eat seeds. Now, this creates genetic variation between the individuals of a species. So this is known as intra-specific variation, okay? So this is within that species itself. So some of the species, they have got a normal beak, some of them have got these types of beaks. And once that variety exists, the environment can select. So let's just say, for example, in this environment, there's loads of seeds. So obviously the bird that has got the beak that helps it to eat seeds, this one will thrive, okay? And the others will just kind of die out. If, for example, there's loads of bugs in the, and there's loads of insects, so obviously the birds need to eat the insects. So this type of beak would thrive and the others wouldn't, okay? It depends on the environment. Okay, so when resources are scarce, like for example, if there aren't enough seeds or there aren't enough insects, the environment will select those variations that give an advantage, and there is a selection pressure. So selection pressures are things in the environment that can cause the species to evolve, essentially. So like a selection pressure is lack of food, or a disease, or a change in climate. And yeah, so just so one of you guys just asked, what does point 3 mean? So once variety exists, the environment can select. So it just depends on if there is a change in the environment. Okay, the environment will then pick the characteristics that are most beneficial. So like if there isn't enough, if there are loads of seeds or there are loads of insects, the birds that have those characteristics that help them eat those insects or birds will thrive. Okay, so as I said, so individuals with an advantageous characteristic will survive and they will reproduce. They will then pass on those advantageous characteristics. So the seed-eating beaks or the insect-eating beaks, whatever they are good at, they will keep passing it down and it will become inherited. Okay, the next generation will then have a higher proportion of individuals with the successful characteristics. And basically over time, that group of organism will become well adapted to its environment. Okay, and that is basically adaptation. So the main thing to realize with natural selection and evolution is that first, you must have variation. Okay, before things can start evolving and the organism can become very adapted, you need variation. There needs to be differences. If you do not have these differences, you cannot evolve, okay? So if these differences didn't exist, okay, and the birds just remained with a normal beak, you wouldn't have evolution. You need to have these mutations or changes in the alleles to allow evolution to take place. Okay, does anyone have any questions on evolution or anything? Okay, and just lastly, variation due to environmental factors will not be passed on to offspring. Okay, so this is really important for you guys. We're talking about genetic changes in the alleles. Okay, we're not talking about like something that happened in the environment, like for example, like it grew something, or anything, any change in the environment doesn't count. It's stuff that is in the genes. And as I said, so variation must occur before evolution can take place, and it is genetic variation that is important for evolution. Okay, variation due to environmental factors will not be passed on to offspring. So if, for example, you go to a sunny area and you get a tan and your skin becomes very tan, that is variation, but it does not get passed on to any offspring or any children in the future. Okay, so it's just an environmental change. Okay, so guys, we're just going to quickly talk about evolution today. So we talked about Darwin's theory and, you know, what happened millions of years ago, but are we still having evolution, and how can we apply it to real life? Well, evolution is very much happening all the time. Okay, and whenever a species or a group of organisms is placed under a new selection pressure, i.e. that change in climate, or that change in, there's like a new predator or a disease trying to kill everyone. Okay, it's like, for example, when we have a disease like coronavirus, people who are able to overcome the condition, they will survive and they will breed. Okay, and unfortunately people who become unwell and pass away, they will not. Okay, so it's just like how you can think about it. It's a selection pressure. Okay, and in this circumstance, evolution will occur. Okay, so this is most obvious in organisms that have a short life cycle. So things like plants and bacteria, because obviously we can monitor their changes easily. It's harder with humans because we live for much longer. Okay, so there are two main examples. One of them is pesticides and the other one is antibiotics. So we have something called pesticide resistance. Okay, so you may have talked about pests and stuff before, but basically some insects, we describe them as pests. So here we've got crops that grow in farmland and they're important for agriculture. Sometimes we have insects which unfortunately destroy these plants, okay, because they feed on them. We call them pests. Okay, so they eat our food crops or they cause damage to them. They can also act as a vector, i.e. a carrier, to transmit pathogens. So sometimes they can carry some bugs on them and they can give it to the plants and the plants die. Okay, so this is really annoying, especially in where we've got masses of farming taking place to grow like rice and wheat and all kinds of crops. So we need something to stop these pests. What do? Well, we have something called pesticides, which are chemicals designed to kill them. So pesticides are really strong chemicals that basically will kill these insects. And you can see this is basically the pesticide chemical. And he's spraying it over all of the grass so that if any insects come, they can't kill the pests. Now, so pesticides is the general term, but we've also got insecticides, which specifically kill insects. Okay. Now, basically, an insecticide, it applies a very strong selection pressure, because what it means is that if you spray this chemical, which is designed to kill all of the insects, but basically a whole population of insects will die out, won't they? All of them that are living here will die, and the insect species will die out. So this is a selection pressure. So only the ones that are resistant and can overcome this chemical, they will survive. Okay, so if the individual insect is susceptible, then it will die. Okay, so let's just say we've got all of these normal insects that are just chilling in the grass and are destroying the plants. Okay, this man comes along and sprays the insecticide everywhere. So in general, what will happen is most of these individuals, the insecticide is very strong and they will pretty much die out. Okay, and these are basically all dead insects. Now, if some of the insects have got some resistance, then they may survive. So let's say, for example, some of the insects have got a special gene. Let's say these ones over here. Okay, they are actually very resilient and they have got a gene which means that this spray doesn't affect them. Okay, so what these red ones will do is they will survive, okay, and they will reproduce, they will make more of them, okay, and they will pass on that resistant gene. Okay, and eventually over time, what you will see happening is that there will be loads of these insects that are resistant. Okay, and now the whole field is filled with these resistant insects. Okay, so what happens is the individual with some resistance will reproduce and it will pass on that characteristic, and then the resistance quickly spreads through the whole population. So now you can see that these insects are pretty much everywhere because they grow at a very quick rate. Okay, and now this is actually a huge problem, isn't it? Because now these insects are really resilient and they are killing all of our crops and we can't really do anything about them. Okay, so this is a huge problem, both financially, but also for other reasons, because when this insect becomes resistant to pesticides, what can happen is that the pesticide, because the farmers, they still spray the pesticides, okay, and they remain in the grass, and it accumulates in the food chain. So this spray is actually a toxic chemical, and it stays in the grass, and it accumulates in our food chain, because we will end up eating the wheat and the crop, and this pesticide actually goes inside our bodies and other animals. Okay, so if insects are resistant, they survive application of these chemicals. The insects may then be eaten by their predators, and essentially what will happen is, here are our plants with the which have got the pesticide spray. And basically what is happening is, plants are at the bottom of our food chain, but because we all eat plants and all animals eat them, this insecticide spray climbs up right to the top of the food chain. Okay, and this can be quite toxic. So humans may receive large doses of insecticide, and basically this is a huge problem. You might read about it in the news, but there are a lot of toxic chemicals in things like normal things like rye, barley, wheat, rice, potatoes, all kinds of crops, because of this problem. So does anyone have any questions on pesticide resistance? Okay, great. So we're just going to talk a little bit about microorganisms as well, where evolution is taking place in this case too. So you may have, I'm sure you guys know, we have medicines called antibiotics. Okay, and antibiotics are good to destroy bacteria. Okay, so if you've ever had like a sore throat or like an ear infection or something, your GP might give you some antibiotics. Okay, now the use of these antibiotics and the way that we use them is a very powerful selection pressure on bacteria. Okay, so if we imagine these are all our bacteria here. Okay, so let's just say, for example, you've got an ear infection. So these are all of the bacteria inside of your ear. Okay, and one of them is has got a resistant gene. So you then take your antibiotic. Okay, and these are all the bacteria. You take your antibiotic, and this one dies, this one dies, this one dies, this one dies. Okay, but actually the antibiotic doesn't work on this blue bacteria. This one is special, and it's got a resistant gene. Okay, that might be because of a mutation or just a natural variation. Okay, so that one doesn't die, and you take the antibiotics, but it doesn't care, and this one will then reproduce. Okay, and this bacteria is now thriving in your body, and it can get spread to other people, and we don't have an antibiotic for it because our antibiotic only worked on the red ones. Okay, so this is basically antibiotic resistance. So when you take antibiotics, as I said, most of the bacteria are killed. Okay, but there may be one or a few that are resistant. And they are rarely completely unaffected by the antibiotic, but they are more resistant than most. So sometimes, yeah, they might become a bit weak because of the antibiotic, but in general, they can survive and they can thrive. So once most of the bacteria have been killed, you do tend to feel better. Okay, so a lot of people, like, you can get given an antibiotic course for 7 days, but a lot of people think, oh, do you know what, after 3 or 4 days, like, I'm fine now and I'm going to stop taking it. And doing things like that, it really allows these resistant bacteria to thrive and to grow. So what happens is many people stop taking the antibiotics before they have finished prescribing the course. And this allows the resistant bacteria to survive and to reproduce, to create this resistant strain. So they will then just survive because you've stopped taking your antibiotics, and it just gives them a really good opportunity to keep growing. And this is a huge problem, and is happening basically because we are using antibiotics too much. Lots of people are just taking them, like, even if they don't have a if they've just got a viral infection, or they're actually fine, but they just take it in case, and because they stop taking the course. So it leads to strains of bacteria that are resistant to virtually all antibiotics. And this is a huge problem for us because we then don't have any antibiotics to treat people when they become very unwell. And sometimes some doctors, they actually give multiple antibiotics. So they give you like 2 or 3. And this is done now to just like completely reduce the chances of any bacteria surviving because there is a lot of resistance. So yeah, you can just see that over here. Like these are some microorganisms. So just before there's a selection pressure, so let's just imagine these microorganisms are just, they're fine here, they're on their own, and there's some variation. Okay, you then apply a selection pressure, you start taking antibiotics. Okay, now that you've taken the antibiotics, most of them died, most of the bacteria went, but we're only left with the resistant bacteria. Okay, all that remains are the individuals that possessed some level of resistance, and essentially these will then thrive and they will grow until all of them are now dark green. So these are all resistant. Okay, so if this bacteria were to spread from one person to another, it causes a lot of problems because there's no antibiotic to treat these people, and they become quite unwell. So the use of antibiotics here is a selection pressure. Okay, the differences in resistance is known as variation. The ability for these two to stay in the environment is adaptation, okay, because they are resistant to the gene. And over time, we are getting evolution, okay, because we now have a totally new strain of bacteria. Okay, and some microorganisms which actually you may have heard of is the superbug known as MRSA, which is a very famous bacteria, which it talks about a lot in hospitals and in the news. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, but basically it's known as a superbug, and it stands for methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. You don't need to know that, this is just a name of a bacteria. Essentially, it's very resistant, and there's hardly any antibiotics that work for it, and it can cause quite a lot of problems to people in hospitals. So this bacterium has developed resistance to an ever-increasing range of stronger drugs, and it's described as something known as the evolutionary arms race because it has totally evolved and it's like a race. I don't really know why they call it that, but it's just a common term. And medical researchers are struggling to develop new and effective drugs, but the bacterial populations rapidly become resistant to them. And it's purely because we are overusing the antibiotics, we're not using them properly, and it's just a clear selection pressure, and the bacteria then thrive in this environment. Okay, so let's just have a look at a question. So resistance to antibiotics has evolved in some pathogenic bacteria, such as MRSA, suggests why the resistance of MRSA to existing antibiotics is of major concern to humans. Okay, what do you guys think? Excellent, some really good answers, guys. So it's developing resistance, so more people are becoming affected. So things that you can say is MRSA is harder to treat or may become untreatable. And there is a potential for disease outbreak, or many people being killed. And there is also something to say is that developing new antibiotics is expensive, or it takes time. Okay, great, well done guys. We'll just pause there and do a quick quiz on what we have covered. Excellent, well done guys. Yes, so it's when the bacteria become resistant, not about the antibiotics being efficient. So we didn't actually talk about this, but this is actually true, because if you have got some bacteria on your hands, if you just touch somebody else or spread it on a surface, it increases the risk of spreading them. So washing hands actually helps. That is correct. So all of these processes, pesticide resistance and antibiotic resistance, these are all examples of natural selection. Yeah, so actually the correct answer is both. It's got rolled leaves and a thick cuticle. Okay, so the least specific of these levels. So a lot of mixed answers here. So the correct answer here would not be kingdom, it would be, oh sorry, yeah, least specific. Yeah, so least specific is kingdom, most specific is species. So least specific is the one at the top, guys. Remember, it's domain and then kingdom. So the correct answer is kingdom. Excellent, they're both kingdoms. Yes, so plants are autotrophic. excellent. Well done, guys. So we're just going to finish off by doing a few more exam questions from what we have covered. Okay, so let's just have a look at this one here. Okay, so the classification of tigers and clouded leopards is shown in Table 1. Okay, complete Table 1 by adding the 4 other taxonomic groups to which the tiger and clouded leopard belong. Okay, guys, so hopefully you guys should know what am I going to put here? Excellent. This is going to be my phylum, Dear King Philip. And what am I going to put here? Class. Excellent. And then I've got order. And what comes after order? Excellent. Family. And then second to last will be genus. Excellent. Well done, guys. So, and then just for added points, what is my binomial name for the tiger? How will what will I give it its binomial name? Excellent. So the binomial name here will be Panthera tigris. So P will be capital and this T will be a lower T tigris. Okay, and then for clouded leopard, my binomial name would be Neophylis nebulosa. Okay, excellent. So Table 2 shows part of the nucleotide sequence in a gene in populations of tigers living in different parts of the world. Explain what the information in Table 2 suggests about the phylogenetic relationships between these tigers. Okay, so we are back to talking about those trees. So what do you guys think? Okay, so some really good answers so far. Excellent. So the way to approach this question is to just, I know they haven't shown you a tree, but we just kind of have to use what they've given us. So basically they've got 3 different tigers that are different species and asking what is their evolutionary relationship. So pretty much the most standout feature you can see is that this base sequence and this base sequence is exactly the same, right? So these two, if they've got the same genetic sequence, that means that they are likely to be much more closely related and they're likely to have a common ancestor, right? The Siberian tiger, however, has got a, so some of the bases are matching, okay, but not as, not all of them are exactly the same, right? There are some slight differences. So basically, what we can say is that the South China and the Sumatran tiger, these share a more common recent ancestor. And you just have to give a reason because they have the same nucleotide sequence. Okay, so if I were to just show you guys that on a tree, so if we just imagine this is like our common ancestor that sits at the middle, and then basically at one point in time they branch off into two, and then actually what happens is this one then branches off into two here. Okay, so just by looking at that, basically what we can say is that all three of these came from this common ancestor. Okay, but then what happened is that they took its own path. So the Siberian tiger decided to branch off over here. Okay, and then the South China Sumatran, they got the same genes, so they are much more closely related. So we can say this is South China and this is Sumatran. Okay, so these two are closely related. And the Siberian tiger, yes, it is a tiger and it is from the same common ancestor, but it is less closely related. Okay, so it's from phylogeny point of view, it is evolutionary relationship is much further apart. And yes, you can say they have the same amino acid sequence or same nucleotide sequence for this point. So hopefully this diagram explains it a bit more clearly. Okay, hopefully that question is okay. If you don't understand, let me know. So explain what is meant by a phylogenetic group. Okay, so nice 1 marker. What do you guys think? Excellent, well done guys. So you're all saying the key word, which is basically evolutionary relationships. Okay, so you can say, so phylogenetic group, as you can say, is grouped according to evolutionary relationship. Okay, the key thing is how it has evolved, where has it come from. So you can say group to evolutionary relationship, or you can say, as you guys have said, common ancestor, or link, anything like that. But it's saying ignore anything that says, you know, closely related or same characteristics, because that is taxonomy, that is not phylogeny. Okay, and then 2 marks. Explain what is meant by a species. Excellent. So we know that a group of species, so you can just say, oh sorry, so you can just say organisms that can interbreed. And then, so that is 1 point. And the second mark is to say to produce fertile offspring. Okay, that is basically the simplest definition of a species. I'll just show you guys the answer here. So they're able to reproduce, to produce fertile offspring. And I would just learn this because it's a really easy 2 marker that, you know, sometimes I know the exams are like, the questions are really confusing and you feel like you haven't revised the content, etc. So when you get a question like this, it's nice to just really nail it. So able to reproduce, to produce fertile offspring. Okay, and let's just do one last question. So this question is a little bit long, but it's a good one. So the classification of organisms into domains is relatively new. Describe the differences between a classification system based on domains and one based on kingdoms. Okay, so we kind of saw a similar question earlier. So you can see how these are all sort of related. So remember, domains have got our archaea, our bacteria, and the eukarya. And the kingdoms have got our 5 things, okay, which is part of the answers. So what would you say are describe the differences? So you just have to describe them, no explanation, literally just write what you know. So let me just walk you guys through this. Okay, so in domains, how many groups are there in the domains? That's 1 mark. Excellent. So let's just say, so domains, there are 3 different domains. Okay, and kingdoms, how many different kingdoms do we have? Excellent, so there are 5 different kingdoms. Okay, so this is, you just always state the obvious. When you've got a long 4 or 5 mark question, just state the obvious because this is worth 1 mark. Okay, so what are my domains? I've already given the first letters, so what are the domains divided up into? There are 3 of them. So our domains are archaea, bacteria, and the Eukarya. Excellent. And our kingdoms are what? What are 5 kingdoms? Yeah, so kingdoms, we have got prokaryotes, prokaryote, yeah, and Prototyster, or you can say Prokaryotes, fungi. You can even just write plants and animals, but technically it's plantae and animaliae, but they're giving you a mark here if you just write plants and animals. Okay, so we have got our 5 kingdoms. Okay, so again, this is 1 mark, 2 marks, and then this is 3 marks. So we just need to say one more thing. So can you guys think of any other differences between these other than these obvious things that we've talked about? So some really good answers. So yeah, domain comes first, kingdom comes second. Classification is based on kingdoms, is much more specific than comparison in domain. That is also true. Unfortunately, there is no mark for either of those. So other things that you get marks for saying are, I will just show you guys. So these are the 3 things that we have said. Other things you can say, eukaryotes split into different kingdoms, whereas eukaryotes are all in the same domain, in the domain, right? Because here we've got plants and animals and Prototyster, which are all eukaryotes and fungi. Or you can say all prokaryotes are in the same kingdom, whereas prokaryotes are split into different domains. And you can also say domain classification is based on the presence of RNA, ribosomes, proteins, etc. Okay, these 2 I think are obvious things that you probably wouldn't think of saying, so it's just good to write down the basics, but these 3 points are easy marks, I think, if you have revised, which I think you guys have a good understanding of. Okay, great guys, so well done. It's nearly 3 o'clock, so I think we will stop there. You guys have done amazing. I know it's not the most exciting topic. I much prefer human biology as well, which is what we will be doing next lesson. We'll be doing revision of cell cycle, cell diversity, mitosis, meiosis, etc. So hopefully I will see you guys there. We will be sending out the recording and the lecture notes and handouts, mark schemes, etc. after the session. So please do just go over this in your own time, closer to your exams, and do the exam packs as well when you get a chance, just to review your learning. But otherwise, well done everyone. I'll see you tomorrow if you guys are doing chemistry, or hopefully see you guys next month. But take care, and I hope you all are keeping well and safe. If you've got any questions, just leave them in the chat, but otherwise feel free to log off and enjoy the rest of your day.